fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Yes, yes, dare bitch, yes. Do not try this at home. I don't know about sex. I have to blast this guy's cock. I'll have you know, I masturbate to cooking shows.
I suck my brother.
You suck your brother?
Thank God nobody else can see it.
Don't you fucking dare. God fucking damn it. It's always the whites. Ignore the cum, okay? Bravo 6 going dark. If it's your own kid, it's different. Because you can beat them as much as you want. I got to find out what happened to my foreskin. You look at these legs, and you tell me that Meals on Wheels here is not getting fucked over in the future. They didn't even give him a wheelchair. Player will hear is it's going to fix their parents' divorce and suck their cock under the table and do their laundry. And they'll finally have a girlfriend.
Oh, I hear a moose. Oh my God!
Let's see if this kills me. Oh, yeah. No, that killed me. For legal reasons, on this stream, this is water. Okay, now I understand why no one cares about this game. When am I getting molested in this office? Dong is for absolutely everyone. Don't let them tell you that only kids can enjoy dong. One of them was Dragon Ball Z porn, and the other was RuneScape. I think we need to give the Germans back the ovens. Dead grandma! Why the fuck do they keep killing all the hot, tall, 8-foot-tall mommies? Fuck Australia, it's full of criminals. This is what streamers do, this is what the professionals do, is they find creative people who have good ideas, they fucking steal them, and then they never credit them. That's how they, you know... 9 to 11 cats in my life, depending on... That's not a 9/11 joke, by the way. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. What up? What's up, Barrow? How you doing, Scritch Fist? Man, what a fucking weird time to stream, huh? A Saturday night. But I've got some prepping to do. Sorry I wasn't live for the last 2 days. What's up, Tigress? Unfortunately, it turns out dealing with legal horse shit. Oh, hold on. I don't know. It might... Okay, so usually a lawyer advises you not to talk about this shit, right? Are you actually expecting any quality out of the Circle Jerk OTK Expo? Why is that? God damn it. Hold on. My cameras are broken. Before I give you that answer, let me just fix something. Holy shit. Okay, so I have a little shitty camera that sits right about here, right? So I'll show you what I mean. I have this piece of shit camera that cost me nothing. That sits right here on my desk, right? This thing is now broken. It just doesn't work. It's just fucked permanently. But to answer your question, no. No, I'm not here, ducks. No, it's not even a C920. It's a 720p Volcano webcam that your grandparents would buy because they heard it was a good deal. And then they still got overcharged for it. My C920, the old one before the updates is the one up there. That's my C920. And it's underexposed right now. So, I'm gonna do the whole OTK thing. I am actually looking forward to the OTK thing. Not because I expect quality out of these people. I said this last stream, Ducks. I said the way I feel like these organizations work, these like events that streamers put together, it all feels like just different groups of people trying to relive high school. Right? So like the Streamer Awards run by Ludwig and his girlfriend, that's just prom night all over again. And because they never got to be prom king and queen, they have to relive that event in their lives later on to try and make up for it. So they'll spend millions of dollars putting on something like that. The OTK gaming event is like the audiovisual club got together and tried to be cool. So do I expect presentation quality out of these people? Absolutely fucking not. But when has anyone ever expected any level of quality out of a games expo? When was the last time you saw a games expo, any games expo, that didn't make you fucking cringe the last time you saw some asshole on stage making these very PC jokes that don't actually, that don't land, but he can't say anything spicier, because if he does, a company's gonna come fuck his ass. So no, I don't expect quality. Gonna watch the stream before 40k. Dude, go to sleep. Barrow, go to sleep. I promise the VOD's always there. These streams are free. Go to sleep. It's more important. Your life is more important. So, I'm not expecting quality. I'm expecting the purest form of cringe. And that's the point. That's the point. You gotta soak it in. You gotta enjoy that shit. Expos are gay, cancel. Exactly. You're there for the gay experience. And isn't 2025 the year of the gay? I'm pretty sure I saw it on the Zodiac sign, like the Western one, because you know how like China has like dragon, rabbit, snake, dog, monkey. Like the Western Zodiac sign was like the year of the cancel culture. Last year was the year of the pedophile exposure. And this year is probably the year of the Homo. So like, come on, you gotta get into the spirit of it, right? And it's as June hits. And this is gonna be a very interesting June, by the way. Because now that, like, you know, the pendulum's beginning to swing in the other direction, right? And people are getting, like, really mad with all this progressive shit now. I'm very interested to see whether all the companies and shit still throw up their rainbow flags, obviously, except in the Middle East. And whether they face a backlash for it this year or not. I'm just from a macro perspective, I'm curious to see how does the market respond to this. Do we just keep it pushing? Even if Pride is cancelled, we're keeping it up in spirit. This is the thing, right? So, like, I know a bunch of gays. Obviously, Cape Town is in my country, right? So I know a bunch of gays. I know a bunch of lesbians. I'm friends with a trans person. I have yet to meet any of those people who enjoy Pride Month. Not a single one of them I've spoken to likes Pride Month. They all think it's a scam. They all think it's like a corporate inversion. They think it's a bunch of like... Okay, most base take I got was from the trans person I personally know. When I asked them, like, what, don't you like the whole Pride Week thing? And they said, no, it's just an excuse for pedophiles to try and use me as a scapegoat. I was like, Jesus Christ. Which I think was pretty funny. But I've yet to meet like any one of the LGBT people at least in my country, or that I know through some personal means, who likes Pride Month. A lot of them tell me that Pride Month makes people hate gays and stuff more, which is interesting. I met someone like that at university. He was a guy that became gay at uni and made it his personality literally just attention baiting. I haven't met one of those. That's the problem, Barrow. Right? I think that's the problem, is every single gay person, lesbian person, bi person, fucking transgender person that I've met and had a conversation with, their entire personality is not like their gender or whatever they're going through on like a personal level, right? They kind of like, I don't know, like I know 4 gay dudes who just fucking love Warhammer, right? That's all they want to talk about. And sometimes I'm a little bit jealous, because imagine you get to spend all day with your bros playing Warhammer and then you get laid afterwards. No straight man has ever said that. You get done playing Warhammer and a woman's in the room, she's as dry as the fucking Kalahari Desert. You're not getting shit out of her. Enjoy YouTube shadow ban. Yeah, probably. Who cares? Who honestly cares? I'm a literal nobody. What do you want from me? So today's stream, we might play some Guild Wars 2. It depends how much I'm able to stay conscious this stream. Obviously, this legal shit that I have to deal with now has got me pretty fucking spooked, right? I have a future stream planned that relates to it in an adjacent way, right? But I'm going through a bunch of legal shit of someone accusing me of something I didn't do, which is like scary and terrifying to me. And when it's, yeah, remember, don't break. Oh well, you know what, Scourge, I would if I could, to be honest. So, like, when this is all over and this whole thing is settled, then I can talk about it. I'll tell you the whole story. But right now I'm in the middle of it, and I fucking hate it. I hate it so much. But the one thing I can probably say is, don't be kind to people for no reason. You impregnated half of South Africa. No, absolutely not. What the fuck is half of my country gonna do with 1.5 inches? What the fuck are they gonna do with that, huh? They won't even feel it. They call me the mosquito because you never feel me, but you always feel sick afterwards. You're gonna try escape to the US. Interestingly enough, Sniper, I don't know if I should call you Sniper or Tigress for short, but who cares? I've applied for this is something that I don't think a lot of people understand, right? Is I've applied for the whole moving to the US and stuff because I have been through some pretty racially charged shit in my life, right? My family is, as I've discovered recently through this legal battle, my family is at risk, and I would like to move to the US. I've signed all the forms, I've done all the documentation, blah, blah, blah. But what people seem to misunderstand about this is that there is a due process, right? There is like a legal framework around this that you have to follow. And currently, there are people in my country who are at way fucking higher risk than I am right now. So they have to go first, way before me. And this, I know this is a weird concept, right? It's maybe especially to Americans, but immigration or refugee status still has a due process behind it. And you're supposed to follow that. Mostly because I'm not an MS-13 gang member. And I'm not just gonna hop the fucking border. Right? I'm not gonna do that. That seems like the worst way to get into the US is to break the fucking law on day one. Right? That doesn't seem like a good way to have people like you when you go to a different country. Is the first thing you do when you get there is you've broken the fucking law. But to be honest, I'm starting to really like the idea of going to the US, so that very much might happen. Now, the sad part about that is, if I go the refugee route instead of the immigrant route, that means that I'm gonna have to, like, put down my dogs. I'm gonna have to, like, abandon a ton of shit here. I'm not gonna be able to, like, move everything all at once, and it's gonna take for fucking ever, and I'm not looking forward to that. Did you submit such papers at the embassy or your national offices? Yes. I don't know how much I'm allowed to talk about certain processes and shit, Edward, but I've been through the paperwork I've been given, essentially. That's what matters, right? Now, if I can, I would rather come to the US as an immigrant than as a refugee. First and foremost, because I'm not disabled, except maybe mentally, but I'm not disabled, and there are probably people in my country who need the refugee assistance program more than I currently do, right? Second, if I can do it through a methodical means, that means I can, like, slowly over time build up enough capital to, like, pay for the vaccinations for my dogs. I can, like, bring all my shit with me. I can, like, move any assets that I may have into some form of a US holding, so I'm not, like, a problem. And to be honest, when I say assets, I mean my 2 PCs and all my monitors, and the cameras. That's about it. Everything else would probably just sell off. But I know this may be a fucking shocker to most people, right? This is not the kind of refugee you're used to. But if you move to a different country, white South Africans in particular don't like getting handouts, because our entire lives they have never gotten a single handout. Right? They don't want a handout, they want the system to be a level playing field. And sure, the US system's not a level playing field, but it's a way more fucking level playing field than it is down here. Right? So, one thing that a lot of white South Africans, even black South Africans who keep getting screwed over by the government, take a lot of pride in, is they want to be a contributing member to society. And I might want to be one of those. So I'd still have a job if I went to the US, if that makes sense, right? Now, I know that's fucking mind-blowing. You mean I'm not just gonna hop on a Colombian wooden boat that's really just a big log, like it's a fucking, you know, Blackbeard's a one-piece fucking ship, and sail my way in there and then just claim asylum because I want to be there because my country's shit? No, it requires persecution, it requires, fill out a bunch of documents, go for an interview, talk to them, tell them, why I'm doing this, so on and so forth, what I would do in the US, what my plan is. There's a lot behind this. Yeah, but Duke, you see, when you say 1 inch above what you have to offer, I'm talking about 1.5 hard. And I've thought about this as well, Edward. If I go to the US, I wonder if I should do IRL streams. Because the problem with doing IRL streams in South Africa is if I walk around certain neighborhoods, even my own, I might get shot and killed on the fucking street for having my phone out. You gotta remember, my country is the country where people have been killed for 5 rand on the side of the road, right? And divide 5 by 20, and that's how many dollars that's worth. 25 cents, basically. I think, is it 25 cents? Yeah, 1/4. So yeah, 25 cents, basically. So, man, the best part is we were looking into this today, my wife and I. We were sitting there, we were looking at, the different states in the US, and we were actually getting confused. It's so fucking funny because we were looking at the states and we were like, my wife's like, you know what, I don't want to move to like a very crime intense area, like a state that's got like really, really bad crime in the US. And so we look up the stats and they're like talking about how, which state was it? New Mexico, I think. They're like, New Mexico's horrific. It's a war zone because it's got like a 7% crime rate. And my wife and I are like, no, this can't be the number. No, they're lying to us. And we're like trying to find different numbers and shit and going to different sites because the area I live in is one of the safer areas in South Africa. Or at least what's a province, which is essentially a state that I live in, has got like a 21% crime rate. So we were like sitting there like, no, that can't be right. But maybe it's just we're so used to this shit that we just don't understand that like a high we have zero like measuring standard for what an actual high crime rate is. Like we just have fucking ridiculous amounts of it. So we like 7% sounds like a fucking dream. Detroit it is. No thank you. Stockholm Syndrome. Pretty much, Devilish. Pretty much. I'm actually certain it's Stockholm Syndrome. But yeah, once all this legalese bullshit is done, I'll have a stream where I'll tell you the full story of what happened. It's actually really sad and it's like, it's broke my heart a little bit about all of this. It's convinced me I need to get the fuck out. 21% crime rate means that 21% of the population commits crime. The stat is if you have 1,000 people, right, within a certain period of time, of those 1,000 people, 210 of them, approximately, will have a crime committed upon them. That's how that works, right? So it's not like 21% of people are criminals. It's more like how do I say this? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So 1 in 5 people will have some crime committed against them. I think that average is like 1 person with 3 crimes. Nah, not so much. It's more like it might be the same person committing crimes at a mass scale, but it's like the measurement of that is per 100,000 people, how many people are reporting crimes within a given period of time, right? So maybe it's the same guy just going around raping everyone, but he's really pumping up those numbers. Man's got the rape penis. He's out there. He's being what's that old anime superhero? The Rape Man? He's being the rape man in my country. So that's how that works, right? So it's like, I think it's 87 murders happen a day in my country. That might be higher now. That might be an outdated stat. God, I can't even remember. I'd need to look it up. He's making sure the property value... No, that's my neighbor. That's my neighbor wandering around the neighborhood in his underwear with his shotgun. I love that man. What a legend. He's doing the things we need done, but we're all too lazy to do. He's like, I'm sure that one day I'm going to go outside and there's going to be a crime going on. And I'm just going to see this guy like talk into his phone and yell something like, Avengers, assemble. And it's just going to be like him and his fucking boxers with his shotgun. And like a dude's going to come out the bushes with like nipple clamps. And there's gonna be some other guy who just looks wacky as fuck, like in a gimp suit, and that's just gonna like, that's the South African Avengers. Is like a crackhead, a sexual deviant, a crazy old man with a shotgun. Does he have a wife? Yes. He's got a wife, and I'm sure that woman, I'm sure they've got like a spare wheelchair in their house. Because he walks around in his boxers, and I've said this before, I've seen the tip of this man's dick out the bottom of his boxers. That man's packing 2 guns every time he goes out every night. And I think the lower one might be what scares most of the criminals out of this area. Because imagine some long-dicked fucking white guy in boxers is wandering around at like 1 in the morning, right? You see that, it doesn't matter who you are. You're like, if he shoots me, he's gonna fuck me afterwards. There's no way he's not putting that shit to use. Captain Bulge. Captain Poor, Copper Man in the Bulge. I can see that superhero team being like representative of my country. So I'll tell you what, this is how today's stream's gonna be. I have to prep for the OTK stream that is happening tomorrow. Right, I have to co-stream that event. I even made a shitty little Twitter post about it. I'm still considering whether I build a bingo card tomorrow. For like, you know, a bingo card of cringe. You see, Dux, you understand. This is why racism is so fucking stupid. Because in one form or another, didn't we all just come from Africans? Sure, maybe some of them were born. Maybe my people came from the bubbling tanks of Yaqub. But they were still born of Africa. Of course, our ancestors are all from the small island of Madagascar. Wait, wasn't that the lemurs? Where that one lion and that zebra went? Can't even remember that movie. Damn, it's been a while. That had such a big cultural impact, and then it just disappeared. Or the penguins. Yes, the penguins. Everyone remembers the penguins. I bet if you showed that movie to someone who's 15 years old, they have no understanding of that movie. So this is the way it's gonna run. I need to figure out how to co-stream. I have zero idea of how fucking co-streaming works. Right? I want you to understand how unprepared I am for this. Everything I know about co-streaming is gonna be learned today. And also I have a document I've got to read through. So we'll start with the document. Because that's going to be like the easiest thing, because they'll tell me what I need to do. Which is probably the nicest thing anyone's ever done. It's been like, here's a fucking document, fuck you, read it. Right? So let's just download that shit. And we'll open that. Right. So this is what we got to work with. Doesn't co-streaming involve other people? I know. But I don't, you see, I don't know how co-streaming works. Does it mean I'm like linking up to another stream? Does it mean everyone who's co-streaming all at once can be heard? Because there are obviously other people who are going to be co-streaming. I mean, obviously Asmin Gold's going to co-stream it. Probably Blue Squadron, maybe Muckluck, who knows, right? But I think a bunch of people are co-streaming. So there's no way it's going to be like we're all talking to each other. Because that might as well be a Discord call where you find out that one Discord kitten is fucking 7 people digitally, and then everyone's mad at each other. It's just gonna be screeching. It's easy because Twitch is combined stream and viewers. You link the chats and everything, even viewers. Aha. Okay, so you see, I didn't know that. I thought I have no idea how it runs. I don't know what it's gonna be like, especially with African internet. Is everything gonna fuck up? Am I screwed? Who knows? Did the OTK Expo show even one good game in the last 2 years? Well, New Gash, there's one game that Sawman said is still in alpha from 3 years ago, or 2 years ago. That's still good. But it's still in alpha. But I'll tell you what, be as mad as you want, New Gash. But I bet you that alpha game is still better than most of the AAA dog shit that's out there. But Twitch shows you all together as a co-streamer with somebody. What game was that? It was, I can't remember the name, but it looked like a Chivalry ripoff. It looked like Mordhau or Chivalry, but the shitty version of it. And apparently it was still pretty fun to play, and it's still in alpha. 2 years later. And I'm going to be honest with you about something as well, right? And this might happen as I get older, as I, you know, think about life and what I would like to leave behind except a big steaming pile of shit, right? Okay, my ultimate goal in life is to die in a hospital bed, and the moments before I die, right, my life is gonna flash through my eyes, like you know, that moment before you die, like your entire life runs through your head, and it's just gonna be all the times I railed my wife, and just before I die, in front of all my family members, in front of the nurse who has to take care of me, I'm just gonna blow cum at everything and then be done. That's the ultimate way to die. Valhalla awaits for the man who can pull that off. That's the only way to die. The only other acceptable deaths are just before you die. You find your shittiest family members, like all the people who are the worst people that you hate the most, and you get them to lean in close, right? And you look them in the eyes and you say, I know we've had our differences, but I always really liked you. I want you to know I buried hundreds of millions of dollars that are completely untraceable, and it's buried at... And then you die just before you tell them. Just before you tell them. So you send them on a wild fucking goose chase for the rest of their life for money that doesn't exist. You hire a hooker, get some snow and OD. Now I'll do that with my wife if I need to. But let's figure out how this works. Okay, so I've downloaded this extension. I don't know if this has fucked up any of my other extensions, which I probably do need to check, right? So how do I check my extensions? Stream together. What the fuck is that button? I've never seen that before. Streaming tools. Extensions. Okay, there we go. My extensions. Right, so I had to take this and turn it into overlay 1. That's like a requirement. Right, Tangier is still there. Thank God, that's not fucked up. Never touching that one again. Prime Gaming benefits reminder. No, I don't want... No, fuck that. I think these are probably the only two that matter. I'm not sure what this is. I think I may have tried to use it at some point, but I don't know if this is... Maybe this is part of the OTK shit. Crowd control is the ultimate interactive gaming experience. Let your viewers control your stream. Whether it's sending you rupees. Okay, so this... Okay, this is for single player game shit. This is when I wanted people to be able to control my character in MMOs when I was setting up my workout streams. That's not gonna be useful at all. So that can go fuck itself. We've got this set to overlay 1, so I did that correctly by pure mistake. You check your extensions by reaching up and brushing through your luscious... Yeah, fuck you, Ravenstad. I ain't got fucking no hair. The most hair I have is on my pubes. Co-streaming is just streaming the show with their permission. Yeah, pretty much, Newgash, as far as I'm aware. But I still need to figure out how it works. Right, because what if I go in there and I'm gonna say something racially charged, and then all of a sudden no one's gonna hear it? Then what's the point? Right? If I'm gonna be on Twitch's good side, if I'm gonna be a good boy on Twitch, I have to make sure that Twitch knows that I'm gonna say bad things about Jews. They need to know that they can trust me with saying the worst shit imaginable about Jewish people. That way I know I can be partner soon. Someday. Maybe we can bring some terrorists on while they like saw the head off of people in the sand. I'll fall in with the Hassan crowd and I'll slowly, over time, twist and convince and manipulate him to eventually getting into a boxing ring with Sam Hyde. And that's when you find out I was a plant all along. And that all I cared about was watching this man get fucking destroyed in a ring. God, if only I had that power. I'll talk about the Jews in a way that makes the sun sound like H3. That's actually a challenge, Devless. Holy shit, that would be difficult to do. Okay, pin chat. Please pin the following message in your chat. How the fuck do you pin messages? Wishlist as many games as you can, and don't forget your favorite end of the show. Okay, so what I need you to do is I need all of you to go to the Steam link and spam the N-word. No, don't do that. Don't do that. They'll just ban you. You won't even get anything funny out of that. Now, how the fuck do you pin a fucking message? How's that shit work? God damn it. Twitch has too much shit.
You gonna play Vermintide 2? I have a free skin for you to show off with your other mod?
One day I will, Filter. Don't worry. This stream I really have to, like, figure this shit out for tomorrow. But I do have Vermintide 2. Where the fuck is... How do you pin shit? I'm gonna put this in the chat and see if there's like a message thing that pops up that lets me pin a message. Pin this message. Aha! Unpin after. Okay, so I have to pin this tomorrow. Right? Because at the end of the stream it'll unpin. That's so fucking stupid. God, no wonder Twitch is failing. No wonder all the advertisers ran away. Okay, at least I know I gotta... Okay, so we know how to do that shit. Pin the mark of the beast. No, that's the Twitter verification symbol. That's already been confirmed by Jesus. He said if you pay Elon Musk $5, that makes you a spawn of Satan. I would know because I was doing it for data collection for my job. And as I did it, my cock turned red. And the devil, like, you know, appeared from my asshole. And he was like, yo, thanks for doing that, bud. I've been really pushing hard for this, and man, not everyone cooperates. Stream title, please include OTK Games Expo. How do I fuck this up for them? I need to figure out a creative way to fuck this up for them in my title. There has to be a way to fuck this up for them. Circle jerk isn't good enough. I need something subtle that only those with a high enough power level will recognize. You know how, like, you know how in anime there's always that one character, as I've discovered while I've been watching anime, where it's like everyone can read each other's power levels fucking somehow through the magic of anime. And then there's that one guy where one person, like no one can read their power level, and they're like, oh, they must be the weakest person ever. And it's because they're so fucking strong that it doesn't even register to them what they're seeing, right? So I need something that's at that power level. I need to look in, you know what this is going to take? I'm going to need to take some time tomorrow to look into some of the controversies that have happened to the different presenters of OTK. And maybe I can find something in there.
You look like a goblin, bitch.
Hey, what's up, Jester? How you doing? See me in my comments. OTK Expo. I don't know. Huh. I'll figure it out. I'll find out. Also, it went off my fucking playlist. What the fuck? It got off my playlist. That's how I get in trouble.
We are going to have to act if we want
Okay.
to live in a different world.
Show starts at 11:15 a.m. PDT. What time is that? At SAST. That's South African Standard Time. So 11:15. With a quick pre-show of 30 plus trailers before we jump into the main show at 12. Okay, so I want to probably be live 10:30 a.m. PDT, which is 7:30 my time. That's beautiful. That's perfect. That's flawless. Sadly, Asmin Gold got fired from OTK, so no charity money stealing is available. If they wanted to steal charity money, shouldn't they go get that one D&D guy? Or fuck, I can't remember. It's like this fat dude with a black beard who kept on saying he donated all the money to charity and he just never did. Isn't that the guy they should get? Like, let's see. Actually, let's see. I'm willing to bet. Okay. I'm willing to bet, despite the fact that Asmin Gold is no longer a part of OTK or something, I'm willing to bet that if I go see that Asmin Gold is live now, or if I see his previous stream, I'm willing to bet that he's probably got OTK in the title of his previous stream, and it's saying he's gonna show the event. I'm willing to bet that's gonna happen. Let's find out. Big day, huge drama.
Buy it for if you want. No, I think I can afford.
What did
the
I
game,
say?
Okay. I was just curious, but yeah, it looked like it was garbage. Man.
Yep.
Like the game didn't really do anything at all.
He's okay, so we know he's gonna be watching it, bare minimum, right? He's not gonna be a part of it because he doesn't want to leave his cave, but he is gonna be a part of it. That makes sense. And like he's gonna be like, you know, co-streaming it probably as well. So that at least tells me something. Still on the leash. Dux, he might be the one holding the leash, to be honest. I wonder how much money OTK lost when they lost Asmin Gold. I wish there was a way to quantify that value, but I'm willing to bet out of all the streamers, their little AV group that's part of OTK, I'm willing to bet that Asmin Gold was the biggest draw. He was the biggest pull. He was doing a bunch of shit for them that he didn't want to do. 12% is huge. 12% can be like business sinking, especially with like gaming shit. Like think about esports and how like fucking shitty that entire industry is. Over $500,000 USD in monthly revenue. Do you mean from Asmin Gold alone? Or do you mean that's how much they lost through OTK? Jesus Christ, that's a lot. How the fuck me? That is so much money. Oh my god. Jesus. I would be crying so fucking hard if I ran a business and I heard that the top talent was now no longer a part of this organization because he said a fucking thing that was true. Jesus Christ. It's not even worth for Twitch. Hold on, I missed that. Kool-Aid survived a 75% drop in profits. Also, they say hi to Emiru for me. Wait, Emiru, is that the Asian chick in France who keeps getting beaten up by French people? I keep on seeing clips of this one Asian streamer on Twitter who's like over there getting like people are digging through her bag and like fucking hitting her in the street. I don't know if that's the same one, but I don't think I'm going to be saying hi to anyone. I don't think... I'm starting to understand that maybe co-streaming is like, I'll be streaming the event. A bunch of other people are going to be streaming the event, but it's not going to be like... It's not like going to be like we're going to be communicating to each other, as far as I'm aware. No, it's the tummy girl. Okay, I don't know the deep lore of Emiru. The thing is, I'm married, so... Like, I've got one woman in my life, and let me tell you, that's enough. I can't handle more bitches, even if they're just online. The same people he went up against will bail him out. Dependency is the best leash. You know what's really funny about this? I think if I was... Let's say I was some shadow guy behind how OTK worked. If I heard that the biggest money pool, who's Asmin Gold, was getting in a hot water controversy, and I heard that if he leaves, I'm gonna lose $600,000 a month, I would honestly turn around and tell every single other streamer in that org, I would be like, you go live right now and you fucking say that culture is inferior, you motherfuckers. Every last one of you. How dare you not back him up? I would be like, fucking be like, I don't care how racist it is. I'm not losing $600,000. Tell him to nuke Palestine. Who gives a fuck? I would be so fucking mad if I was the business guy behind all of that shit, learning I'm about to lose that month. Oh my god. I'd be crying. I'd be going to bed every night crying into my pillow. God, I'd fucking develop erectile dysfunction. My dick would just stop working. Everything in my life would be falling apart. Did you check Chrono Odyssey's dev talk? I haven't checked it, Fiend. Put it in my reacts and I'll take a look at it because the stream tonight is all about admin shit. No, the chick that has a podcast with Asmin and Tectone. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I don't watch podcasts like that. Right, I don't actually watch podcasts at all, to be honest. I just look at the highlights afterwards. It's Emiru, Tectone, and Asmin Gold. Yeah, there we go. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen this person's face. I don't know the deep lore about what a tummy girl is. Hey, what's up, Fandrel? How you doing? Oh, those poor 66 people you brought in here, Fandrel. Just for the world's most fucking boring ass stream. Tonight I'm doing admin shit for the OTK stream tomorrow. Just to see how cringe it's gonna be. We say hello to the 66 people. And then we say bye-bye because they're all gonna fuck off now. Because shit's about to be real boring. But okay, I do recognize the face. Wait. Hold on, is she... Hold on. I need to check something. This is gonna be... This might get weird. Yeah, okay, it's her. It's her.
OTK. Without Asmin is just bunch of mediocre people on camera. Maybe Tectone have some character, other not so much.
Yeah, Tectone's at least funny, right? And I think the funniest content Tectone's probably done is every single time he goes after Frogan. That shit's hilarious to me. What? The most boring stream, that title is my already. Not sure what you mean, Gosek. But if you got a boring one, I'll make mine worse. I'll just put a full stop. So, I remember seeing this. There is a very esoteric community that I will not reveal, that I'm a part of. But I have read this. He posted this in the Discord server after going on a 30-minute rant in a call. Hi, Miru. How to get Emiru a series of plans. A. Time travel back when Emiru had no viewers, compliment her skills at League, ask for coaching, she agrees, hop in Discord and woo her with my natural Emiru has her P.O. Box number in Twitch bio. Travel to Texas, to the P.O. Box. Oh, that's right. She has to live in Texas because, like, Tectone, they all live in the same area because they do, like, a podcast thing. I didn't even think of that. Is S-Fan OTK because he's down the street from me today. Thought about trolling him, but really not in the mood to go shoulder to shoulder at DreamHack. I think he's part of it. As far as I'm aware, S-Fan is one of the OTK members, so I would think he's going to be on the stage because when we watched the old OTK, he was part of it. Find a death note. Find a death note. Make her die a peaceful death at like 70 and write, fall in love with the user of this death note. Man, the kind of wild shit bitches online have to deal with. I love this. Somewhere in here, one of these was my favorite. Where was it? I think it was one of the variations. Where was it? Here we go. Emiru and all her OTK, the org she signed under, all go to the beach and have a stream. Living in Kansas all her life, Emiru had never learned to swim. She goes out to the deep ocean and begins to drown. I jump in and save her. As she opens her eyes and looks at her savior, she sees me and instantly falls in love. I fucking love this shit. I love this shit so much. I fucking... You know what? There's nothing better in the world than wild shit you see online that people think they can do that like that. It's gonna work out like this. Oh no, you found my fanfic. There was one of these, I can't remember who it was written about, but there was a female streamer where a dude wrote like a 4-page book, right? Like 4 A4 pages if you printed it out. And it was about how he was gonna hire like 3 or 4 dudes to like chase down a streamer and then pretend to like they're gonna rape her. And then like he was gonna beat them up. Yeah, you're right. It is a bit loud. I can hear it in my ears. Let me just change that. Thank you for spotting that. There we go. He was gonna like pay them money to like beat them up, and then he was gonna be the savior, and he was gonna have sex with her right there. I don't know if that was one of the copy pastas about Emiru, but this shit is fucking wild. How deep people go into this. People lose themselves in these. It's like the One Ring. Watching women online is a dangerous thing, especially if you're a lonely dude and you're hostage to the nut. Right, what the fuck is this?
Usher. And this is like my resting.
No, Jesus.
And this is me standing up straight.
She's fucking 2D. Okay, that makes her more attractive to some dudes. I get that. I don't think this is a person who's ever done a sport in their life.
But like my posture's not that bad. Wait, why is that Lamau? What? Why am I getting rolled at?
Oh yeah, no, people love this shit. I can see.
Like, it's not even
yeah.
bad. Like my shrimp posture. Okay,
yeah.
This is like my resting.
Why did you?
And then this is me standing up straight. But like my shrimp.
Of course.
Posture's not that bad. Wait, why?
This makes sense.
What? Why am I getting rolled at?
Yeah. Okay, makes sense. She's Saint Vicious's sloppy leftovers. I don't even know who that is. I don't know that much streamer lore. I've like kind of fallen off when it comes to streamer lore, if I'm being honest with you. I need to like play catch up one day because I don't know any of the fucking drama anymore. Anyway, what the fuck else do they want me to do? Where to watch? At 11:30 a.m. PDT, we go here. Whoops, close that. Okay, so this is the OTK thing. If you want to go, you know, get one of those text penises and type it out in chat. Just gonna follow that so I know. You can't see this. That's not a good look. How is it that some fucking retard on the internet, who's a literal nobody, has more viewers than these guys? I'm no one. What the fuck? Like, I thought, like, because it's the OTK network, right, that these guys would have at least somewhere in the 3-digit viewers on, like, the worst days. Like, how the fuck? What the fuck? What in the fresh fucking hell? No, I need to... No. Not... How is that... How is that possible? Is it like because it's like an account that's never used? Is it because it's a fresh account? It has to be a fresh account, right? Quality matters. Yeah, that's why you're here in the worst fucking place on the internet. Don't say shit like that, Edward. I'll fucking die. I'll stop breathing because I'll just keep laughing. You say shit like that. I saw that Core Punk got an update a few days ago. Any plans on reviewing that, even though it's still EA? Yes, Barando. I do have plans for Core Punk. But they may not work out, which has me concerned, right? And I don't want to, like, promise shit and then not deliver. One of the biggest things I keep doing is I keep promising things and then not delivering. And it pisses me. It's just the Portuguese and the French. What the fuck? Okay, this is probably because it's a new account. Okay, that's it. It's because it's a new account. I think it's because Asmin was the face of OTK. No Asmin, no face. You're probably right, Chance. We were discussing this earlier, that if I saw that I was going to lose $600,000 a month, right, and I was the guy in charge of the money of OTK, I would go and tell every single fucking streamer who's a part of that organization that they're going to back Asmin up, and the new narrative is that they are an inferior culture. Because I'm not losing $600,000, goddammit. Lose that a month? Fuck you. I'll personally donate a fucking nuke to the military before I lose that amount of money. Are you kidding me? I'd be phoning, like, ring, US military base. Would you like a free Tomahawk missile? As long as you aim it at this part of the globe. I'll do fucking anything to not lose that. Are you kidding me? Fuck me. Jesus. So, you know what's gonna happen? I can see it already, right? It has to be new, otherwise it'd be the rest of the world versus the French. You're right about that, Gigi. So, it has to be, right? So, you know what's gonna happen? Okay, this is my prediction. My prediction is gonna be that the OTK stream itself is only gonna have inflated numbers because it is co-streaming. Right? But the reality is all of the numbers, all of the viewership is only going to be coming straight from fucking Asmin Gold. It's literally just going to be Asmin Gold. That's it. Of course, you don't know other streamers. You pick fights with people your size like Iron Mouse. You know what? Iron Mouse might be taller than me, so I don't want to pick that fight. She might win. That's the worst part. Best thing that could happen to the stream is Milena commenting on it. That'd be content for days. I don't know who Milena is. I thought you were gonna say Malema, which is a different person in my country. He'll just come in here and say, I'm going to kill you, white boy. And I'll just be like, ah, fucking Snake Eyes has been saying that for 10 years. He doesn't have the fucking balls to do it. You know that guy in my country who keeps on chanting about killing white people? If he had any testicles, he would have killed at least one white person by now. He hasn't done that. And you know what's really funny about his political party? Is whenever they go somewhere, he stays at home, in his big mansion, not arriving at the event. He never leaves. He never leaves his house. And guess what? The neighborhood he stays in is a place called Hyde Park, and it's like one of the richest, fanciest, whitest areas of my country. That's the best part. That's NMP LOL's ex-wife. They're divorcing. She recently accused him of financial abuse. Okay, what is financial abuse? Like he took like a stack of $5 notes and kept hitting her in the face with it? What is financial... Hold on. I legitimately don't know what financial abuse is. Maybe it's because I've never had money in my life. Hold on. What is financial abuse? Financial abuse is a form of control where someone restricts or manipulates another person's access to money or financial resources or exerts power over them. It often occurs in relationships such as between partners, family members, or caregivers. Oh, okay, so he wouldn't let her be irresponsible with money. What I'm hearing here is he knew that she was a woman. And that she was gonna spend his money on a bunch of stupid shit. And he was like, no, I'm not giving you my bank card. That would be crazy. Why would I do that? That's what I'm hearing, but maybe I'm wrong. I just need to fix that quick. That's better. Maybe I'm wrong, but this sounds like, no, bitch, you're not buying 4 Gucci bags with my money. Thanks for the follow, GG, sir. Like, I don't know, I don't know. This is like one of those things where it's like, I don't want to judge beforehand, but these are the kind of things where it's like, in my country, there was like a lawsuit that went down between like a musician and his girlfriend at the time, and the musician was accused of like beating the fucking brakes off of her. Like, I'm talking like slamming her head against the wall. Like, I'm talking like Looney Tunes shit. Like, and it ended with him throwing her out of a 2nd floor window, right? And she obviously sued him, and there was this whole court case where it was like, oh, so the domestic abuse is so bad, and oh, every day a woman gets abused and stuff. And I kept on asking, what did she do? What did she do to him that made him go Chris Brown style on her ass? What made him turn into fucking Bugs Bunny for like a good 30 minutes? And during the court case, it came out that she like tried to set his house on fire, told him she fucked his dad, told him she fucked his brother, and then came at him with a knife. And at that point, I gotta be honest, I was starting to lose sympathy for her. I was starting to think, damn, you fucked my dad and my brother? Jesus. Maybe I can understand. That or she said something, she said something real vile. She was like, when I was done fucking your dad, I want you to know you didn't get his genetics. Your dick is half the size of his. And that was just a moment where the light switch went off in his head. And he just went nuts at her. I'd love you to deep dive into their drama. The guy was named in top 30 on Complex. Instantly buys a 200,000. Okay, Fandral. Who is NMP lol? I'll probably recognize him by face, but not by name. But before I do that, I got a question to ask, right? Just purely based on observation, Fandral. Maybe this gets me in trouble. This is purely observational. Is he black? Is he the black guy in OTK? Called non-black by Bruce Dropamore. You know, my toddler goes to like these things, these educational things, and when she recognizes patterns, it's cute. I recognize patterns and suddenly it's a fucking problem. The double standard is insane. That's all I'm saying. That double standard's huge. No, you're pretty much right. She wasn't a good listener. Oh yeah, no, I'm sure. Well, at least the abuse was financial, not physical. But I'm curious, does that mean she didn't have a job? And he essentially like bought a slave because he wanted to see what it was like on the other side? Or was it more like he was controlling her money that she was earning? I'd need so much more information. Okay, what do we have next? Okay, why do I need to use an extension? The custom Twitch extension we're asking you to use is to allow your audience to vote for their favorite games throughout the show and help them with thousands of dollars in developer grant pricing. Okay, so these people are actually making money, right? So whoever's got the best game is actually going to make some bank. That's pretty nice, especially since the shittiest indie games seem to outperform the best AAA games, right? So, like, I can't be too mad at that. At least money is going somewhere that's not AAA, because they don't fucking deserve it at all. When it's the Fandral Rose Collab coming for Guild Wars 2, Fandral is going for that partnership. Hey, I mean, I'm happy to help you, dude. I'm happy to help you, but I might get you banned. That's all I'm saying. Be cautious. You never know what I'll do. I'll come on your stream and start playing gay porn. Wait, sorry, it's Twitch. Everyone's gay. Damn it. I'll play straight porn. Kill your audience. No one will watch you anymore. But hey, when I got time, you just hit me up. We'll figure something out. After pressing install, this should be the screen that you see. Okay, so I've done the extension config, right? That's fine. That's all done. That's not what matters right now. What matters right now is I need to figure out what the fuck is CoStreaming and how does that work. Now, I almost want to ask an AI because I feel like the AI is going to give me a better answer than some fucking guy who needs to spend 11 minutes and 29 seconds telling me what one feature is. Ask a grok. I will, actually. Okay, we'll do a comparison. That's what we'll do. Is what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna watch one of these fucking videos, right? So that I can understand what co-streaming is. Then I'm gonna see if Grok can give me the same explanation in under like 10 sentences. Grok knows more than just Christian degeneracy. Okay, you know what? You know what, Devilis? We'll just leave that there. And we'll watch one of these to see what co-streaming is. How to co-stream? No, I don't need to know how to. Actually, maybe I do. But that's a 5-year-old video. Surely it's changed. Wait, no, then never mind. It's Twitch. Twitch never changes. What am I saying? Twitch can update itself. Like, Twitch will never update itself. What am I fucking saying? It's the worst run fucking company on planet Earth. It bleeds millions of dollars every single year. Amazon has it on life support since day one. My God. My God, what am I saying? A 5-year-old video? Of course it's still relevant. I did have these open in a tab. That's why you'll notice this, but I haven't watched them. In the time Rose was typing, you could have watched one of the videos. I mean, maybe. So, I had this open. This is the intro where he sucks himself off, right? Tells me fucking nothing for 46 seconds, which is pretty impressive because my videos tell you fucking nothing for like a good 15 minutes. Let's see what he has to say for himself.
Guys, welcome to the video. My name's Wesley, aka the Calm Cool Savage, and I'll be your Twitch hack.
You know what, you're right.
This is the new series on the channel dedicated to helping amateur and beginner streamers on Twitch. If you've never heard the term co-streaming, basically co-streaming is a feature that lets you air another broadcast on your channel as a way to collab with other streamers. Some co-streamers provide unique commentary, or you can...
Can you see the reflection of his monitor? And that he's reading something? Do you think this guy has the charisma to be the next Twitch top streamer?
can just co-stream together as teammates. Co-streams are a great way to meet new viewers and get more exposure. It can also be a lot of fun because you're hanging out with other streamers. So you want to learn how to set up a co-stream and view it so that you can see both streams at the same time and read both chats at the same time. Let's talk about that. Now to get started with setting up a co-stream, you're going to need
fucking kidding me. He's going to be like, download OBS Studio, click the install button. Man, fucking OBS Studio is white. Yeah, okay, I'm going to say something pretty racist right now, but no one should be using white OBS Studio. Okay? We need to kill off these whites right here. It's harmful to the eyes. No one likes whites in their society. It's really damaging to everyone who's using non-whites to ever see white like this. I'll say it right now. Get rid of the whites, okay?
1G as an example. Seems easy enough, right? But to make this an official co-stream, there's one more step that you need to take. Go to your creator dashboard and click on Edit Stream Info. Where it says Search Tags, look up co-stream. Select co-stream, click Done. And this is the biggest secret to co-streaming. A lot of beginner streamers don't know you can co-stream this way. Now you can go ahead and start your stream and your official...
Why do I feel like this isn't actually like co-streaming? Why do I feel like I've just been fucking lied to?
Co-streaming. If you don't want the co-stream
hold on.
URL, this is where you put your co-streamer's Twitch URL. Once you find a streamer you would like to co-stream with, go ahead.
I feel like no, that can't be real. No, it can't be that fucking stupid. How to co-stream Twitch. I'm taking the glasses off. I'm never wearing these glasses again. I feel like they're tainted by how shitty that was. I can see a sink and microwave. Did you see any piss in the sink? He looks like he's a follower of our sink pisses. Let's see if 11 minutes 29 does anything.
If I said to you Twitch released a feature that lets other streamers send hundreds of viewers into your stream to spam your chat with whatever they want, you'd kind of freak out. Well, that's what happened in 2017 when Twitch announced...
Is Stream Together Twitch co-streaming? Is it the same fucking thing? Am I being fucking punked here? What the fuck? I think you're mixing up two things. I think I'm mixing up more than two things. I'm feeling pretty fucking disabled right now. CoStream on Twitch. How to? No. Oh, this is going to be an AI video. This is going to be an AI video. And you know what the worst part about it is? This AI video is going to be better than most of the shit on YouTube.
How do I co-stream on Twitch?
What did I fucking say?
If you are curious about how to co-stream on Twitch, you are in the right place.
Am I?
Co-streaming can create a fun and engaging experience for both streamers and viewers. It allows multiple...
I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like I'm back in university learning from one of my lecturers. They're this boring.
...streamers to broadcast together, which enhances social interaction and community building. Let's break down how you can get started with co-streaming on Twitch. First, co-streaming combines video feeds from different streamers into one broadcast. This can be done using live streaming software that supports multiple video sources. Popular options include Streamlabs Desktop and Open Broadcaster Software Studio. These tools are user-friendly and let you customize your stream layout. If you prefer a simpler method, Twitch has a feature called Stream Together. This allows up to 4 streamers to co-stream directly through Twitch without...
Okay, so Stream Together is the same thing as co-streaming.
...without needing any external software. This is a great option for beginners. To set up co-streaming, start by installing the necessary software. Download...
Give me a second. Hold on. I need to log into a troll account quick. Oh, baby, you so hot. Voice. Please open cloth and do the 6 on my face, dear. This is important. Now, where was I? This person just fucking figured out. This person's like, oh, damn. Damn, I've attracted the Indian horde. What have I done? Hold on, fucking. Where's that fucking video?
To co-stream directly through Twitch without needing any external software. This is a great option for beginners.
Link so we can thumbs up. Yeah, no.
Start by installing the necessary software. Download Streamlabs Desktop or Open Broadcaster Software Studio.
You can find it by yourself. I trust
Twitch
you.
Account. This connection gives you access to your stream settings. This is done out. Adjust the size.
How do I co-stream? Add video sources, including each co-streamer's feed as separate sources in your streamings. Are you fucking kidding me? You fucking kidding me? You actually have to go into OBS and set up a source. Are you fucking serious? No fucking way it's that stupid.
And position of each video.
No fucking way Twitch is that retarded.
Co-streaming is not...
I can't believe I just said no way Twitch is that retarded. What am I thinking?
Just about the technical setup by a Divecast.
How do I co-stream on Twitch? Co-streaming fastest community. Okay. From a networking. Okay, that doesn't help. You worthless. Like fucking worthless. Or God. Okay. My last hope in figuring this out is pretending to be pretending to be Chris Chan's mom. Okay, Mom. Let's get you all cozy and ready for a nice, soothing explanation about Twitch co-streaming. Picture me, your sweet Christian tucking you in with a soft blanket of words to help you drift off. Don't worry, this is going to be simple and gentle, like a lullaby. Co-streaming. See, it's like when a bunch of folks on the internet decide to watch the same big old show together, and then fucking Grok will write you fan fictions about Christian fucking his mom. Big old show together, like a Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon marathon. But they're all in their own little houses. They're all streaming the same event, like a big video game tournament or charity thing on their own Twitch channels. Each person adds their own chatter. Kind of like how I'd ramble about my comics while we watch TV. They're all showing the same main event, but they're all talking over it, making jokes, explaining stuff. Okay, it's a real nice cause. Wait, it's real nice because it lets people share fun, little crowds, blah, blah, blah. Now, you just close your eyes, Mom, and imagine all those happy voices chatting away, sharing the same big show. And that's sweet. Just relax. Let the idea of co-streaming float you off to dreamland, and I'll be real quiet now. Just sitting in to draw some comics while you rest. Sleep tight. Oh dearie. Okay. Not explain the technicals. The technicals of how to set up co-streaming on Twitch to me. Not one mention of boyfriend free. This is Christian we're talking about here. He's got a boyfriend free girl. It's just his mom. Okay, this is gonna get worse. Mom, let's get you even cozier. Nice and simple explanation of how to set up co-streaming. All technical light, but soft and easy to follow. Like I'm reading you a bedtime story. Just imagine me, your Christian, pounding away, sitting by your side, explaining while you drift off to dreamland. Here we go, nice and gentle. Co-streaming on Twitch is when you show someone else's live Twitch event on your channel. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, first you got to pick an event Twitch says is okay to co-stream, like NBA G League or a special marathon. They post a list on their blog. You can't just co-stream and any old thing, or Twitch might get mad. Like when I forget to clean my room. Once you've got your event, download OBS, okay, free, borrowing, install it, open it up, and log into your Twitch through OBS so it knows you're you, blah, blah, blah. Now, OBS, you'll see a box called Sources. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? You've actually... Oh, that's so stupid. That is so dumb. That is so fucking... 1990 fucking 8. Okay, you gotta have a source. You've got to have a specific source. What up, Keith? You've actually got to have a specific source that you add. Pick the browser from the menu that pops up. Window will appear and you'll paste the URL from the Twitch stream you want to co-stream. Like say NBA League, blah, blah, blah. You can find the URL on Twitch's site or their blog. Adjust the width, height, FPS in that, whatever the fuck. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Next, head to Twitch's website and sign into your account. Click Stream Manager on the left. Edit stream info under Quick Actions. Give your stream title like Chris Chan's Epic Co-Stream Party. Pick a category and add co-stream as a tag. Are you fucking kidding me? Don't know if you're trolling or not really. No, like, I'm seriously actually trying to figure out how co-streaming works, New Gash. This seems so fucking stupid. Back in OBS, make sure your microphone's... Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Co-streaming on Twitch. Co-streaming help. We'll go to Plebit. See if they can help. It describes how you stream, not co-stream. Okay, then how the fuck do you co-stream, Newgash? Why not ask Muckluck? You know what? That might not be a bad idea, Jester. That's not a bad idea.
Next week. How do I jump? Hit the space bar. How do I dodge? Hit V. Who's Bram? Satan. What should I play? Not Guardian. What's the Char newbie
Okay, he's still starting up. He's still starting up. They selected you now. OTK is going to get you out of South. I goddamn hope so, Keith. No, so I applied to the OTK event thing, right? Because I just want to see what it's like. And look, I'm going to be honest with you. If OTK treats me nice, look, this is never happening. Let's be honest. This is never fucking happening. They're never picking up an animal like me. I'm too much of a brand risk. I'm too honest. I say things that can be interpreted in the absolute worst way possible. No one's picking me the fuck up. But if they did, you bet your fucking ass right I'm going to take that goddamn visa. I will be their Mexican. I'll shave all their grass. You bet your sweet, tight little butthole. I'll be there. Is he live yet? No. Okay. We're gonna see if we can harass Muckluck quick for an explanation. Let's see if he's gonna listen to us. This poor man. If you're less of a brand risk than Asmin Gold at this point. No, you know what the funny part is? I don't think I am. I'm a higher brand risk because no one's fucking watching.
Welcome back to the show. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed yet still humble host, Muckluck. And today we were getting raided by Lorenity. Hello, Laura. Thank you for the raid. Oh, I appreciate you. Welcome back, everybody. We are, as you can see, just getting started. This game makes a loud noise when I open it up. I am sorry in advance. There is about to be one loud boom. Sorry about that. I found out why this game keeps crashing. That is not the loud noise.
I'm gonna
that
see
was
if
the
he
loud
follows
noise.
through.
Okay. Wait, what? Hold on. What is going on? Rose MMO wants to collaborate. Yo, I need help with something real quick. What? What is this?
Do it.
Okay, guys, I have to see what this is. I have no idea what this is.
Do it. Come on. Come on.
Hold on. Hold on. Stop making noises.
Come on. Come on. Do it.
Can
do
chat
it,
hear
do it,
your
do it.
call?
Fucking do it.
Know.
Do it.
Rose, can you hear me?
I can hear him.
No, audio's not working.
Yo.
What's going on?
Yo, can you hear me?
Hey, buddy, welcome home.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah,
how does this work?
Fine. Rose, what are you doing? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
I don't know if this is working, chat. Test. The little thing pulses. Okay, what is he doing? Welcome to Laura and your community. Thank you for the raid, Laura. I really appreciate that. I don't know. I'm not sure what's happening.
Okay,
I am still very under the weather. We ended yesterday's stream early, which I haven't done in ages because I was sick. And then Oh wait, is he talking now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh my god, you're so quiet. Hang on just a second.
Okay. Something up. It's your fault. Definitely has to be your fault.
Okay, I just turned you up to 200%. I hear you now. What's up?
Thank you. Okay, so sorry to bother you, but I need help with something real quick.
Okay, what's up?
I'll ask someone who knows how to do this, right? So I was I was on Twitter, right? Using
okay,
Grok.
there's your first mistake, but continue.
Right, and I was obviously, I needed like really valuable information out of something, and Grok just couldn't really give it to me because I was asking it to role play as Chris Chan while I was Chris Chan's mom.
Oh God, I hate that I know what that is.
And I was trying to get it to explain to me how co-streaming works.
And I
have no idea how that works, so I just need your help quick before you start playing Doom or whatever.
Yes. So I mean, I think you just. So, funny enough, I've only been on the recipient of that. Hold on a sec. So in this window that we're in right now, there is a shared chat button. Let me see. Host can enable shared chat during stream together sessions. Shared chat is a fun way to bring your communities together into a combined chat experience. I don't know if Loranity is still. Loranity just rated me, and Laura and I did one of these before where she invited me to it and merged the chats.
Okay.
Is that what you're trying to do with somebody else?
So what I'm trying to do is there's that whole OTK Games Expo thing tomorrow, right?
If you say so.
And I got a thing to like an email to co-stream it, and it's like a requirement or whatever the fuck they want, but I'm trying to figure out how it works. And every time I ask the internet, all I'm getting is things like open up a browser source and put the link in, but that just sounds like you're adding an extra source to OBS, so that doesn't make any sense.
Wait, so they want okay, hold on. First of all, so this is like a sponsored thing you're doing?
No, it's just an email. They were like, yo, you can co-stream this event, and I figured, let me give it a try. Let me see some real cringe tomorrow.
So when they say co-stream, I think they probably just mean that you can just pull up their stream on your stream and then just, watch it with your chat, and you're not going to get in trouble. And then you could just talk over it and, do whatever. I don't think they mean like merge chats and all that stuff with the official channel.
That sounds incredibly depressing and borderline retarded, and exactly what I'd expect of Twitch.
Yeah, because usually, let's just pretend we're going to use our imaginations for a second. If I was streaming and you were one of those guys that hates me, and you just pulled up my stream on your stream, and then you were just like bashing me like the whole time.
Okay, so
I could tell Twitch like, hey, this guy's being mean, shut him down. But if you have permission, like that email sounds like it's permission, then you can just restream their thing and then just say whatever.
Okay, so it's like if I was role playing as Valen right now. Wait, not Valen. What's that other one?
I was going to say Valen had no problem with me.
Nike, that one. That's the one. If I was Nike, and I was like trying to co-stream and then whip out my cock and helicopter it around on stream to make you look bad, right?
I don't have Noxy for live streams, right?
I meant Rooster. God damn it, that's your fault. But okay, so you're telling me that Twitch is so ill-managed, so down in the dumpster, third world, sticks and rocks internet connection, that it's just adding a browser source. That's what co-streaming is.
Well, again, it depends on who you ask, because like if you and I were co-streaming, it could be like this right here. Where but our chats are combined and chat can hear both of us. Maybe they could see both views from the same stream, like an old Mario Kart party or something like that.
Okay.
Other times it might be two casters that are watching like a League of Legends game or something, and they're both just talking over it. That could be a co-stream. But if it's like some big channel saying you're welcome to co-stream this, they're probably not inviting you to like merge chats and audio and stuff with them. They're probably just inviting you to restream and then talk over it, and it gives them more publicity, and then you can do whatever you want.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. That makes a lot of sense.
Sure.
One last thing. One. Just hold on. I've got a very important screenshot to show you. Right.
Is it PG? I'm moving Discord to another monitor just in case, because it's you.
I want to make sure. Where did I put it?
Wait, chat, we're starting tonight off with a bang.
Where is it? Okay, no, that's just titties. No, that's just more titties. Okay, that's me dressed like a terrorist. Where is it? You know what? I'll look for it in my email. Just this is important. This is very important. I want you to know this.
Uh-huh.
I've been wanting you to know this for a while, and I've just, you know. I'm going to pull this up on my stream just for a second. Okay.
Do I need to open your stream?
Yeah, just for a second.
Oh, yeah, so some of your audience has told me already that you bought a plushie. They've been telling me that you're going to launch it into orbit or something like that.
Oh, no, I've got other plans for this plushie. It's been commonly bought with another item. That one I can't show on stream. So just enjoy that. I'm going to go disappear now. Enjoy your Doom stream.
Thank you.
Go back to being a Doomer.
Okay. Have a good co-stream tomorrow with OTK.
Remember, it's not racist to kill them if they're demons.
No comment.
Okay. So. Okay, there we go. Right, so. What I understand so far is that taught me nothing. That taught me absolutely nothing. God damn it. Actual drama or just some argument? Wait. Muck and Nike, you need to start at Darren's vid on embedding. That's a whole story all on its own, dude. Holy shit, that's an entire story all on its own. I'm glad Muck let me harass him like that. I hope it wasn't too disruptive to his stream, but I'm sure because I caught him at the beginning, it wouldn't be as bad as if I just caught him halfway through, like, playing Doom. So that was like the perfect timing. You just add a browser source with their stream. That's so fucking stupid. Jester, that is so fucking dumb. One last question. Son, I'm right here, Mom. Just setting up my Twitch co-stream like we talked about. All quiet and gentle so you can keep drifting off. You want to explain anything else about it? You're not going to fuck me when I fall asleep, right? Oh, Mom, no, don't worry. I'm just sitting here talking, co-streaming, and keeping it all sweet. Imagine Chris Chan live streamed himself fucking his mom. Man, damn, I just took my chances of getting any help from OTK, getting a visa into the US from 1% to minus 25,000%. Jesus, I can't believe how fucking stupid that is. There's no way that's it. I have to confirm with one of these retards videos. I have to confirm because this just sounds so fucking stupid. I'm having such trouble believing that it's this dumb. Should have asked to move in with him. No, that comes later. I've got to slowly ease my way in. Right. This is your problem, Barrow. All of you do this thing, right? Where you just try and jam it in. And that's how you get your dick cut off in the middle of the night. You got to ease the dick in. You got to ease the immigrant dick in 1 inch at a time. Which is not hard because there's only 1 inch to work with.
The raid feature. Streamers were worried about abuse, harassment, spam, and some just thought it was useless. The same thing is happening right now. An insanely powerful feature called Stream Together has dropped, and barely anyone knows.
Okay, so Stream Together is co-streaming. Okay. Confusing, but fine.
About it, no one's using it, and in fact, people are kind of scared of it. So, let's break down what the heck Stream Together is, what drop-ins are, how to set them up, cover some of the issues it's had, and then you can let me know what you think about it. Hey, so I'd pretty much finished this entire video, and then Twitch reached out and asked to sponsor me to make the video. So I said yes, obviously, because most of it...
Inshallah. Alhamdulillah, brother. Sponsored by the Twitch.
It's done. Nothing in the core video has changed. They've not asked me to hide anything or say anything differently, but I just wanted to be open and honest with you guys because that's who I am. Let's go. So, Stream Together and
completely different things. So, Stream Together and co-streaming are two different fucking things. So, I'm guessing what I just did with Mukluk was basically Stream Together. Then what the fuck is co-streaming? I'm having such trouble believing that co-streaming is literally just add a browser source. You know what I'm gonna do? Actually, we're gonna try this out. Are they still live? They're still live. They're somehow live twice. Oh wait, no, that's another guy. I thought I was following already. Okay, so it can't be this feature because they turned this off. So it cannot be this feature.
Hello, OTK community.
Add Asmin Gold as a browser. That would be so dick. I don't think... You know what the funny part is, Fandral? I think he would think that's hilarious. I don't even think he would care. He would be like, this is the dumbest shit ever. Also, I missed a follow there, Telly. Sorry about that. Thanks for the follow. And what's up, Invictus? How you doing? Thanks for the resub, dude.
Including the brand new
okay, so we know it's not that. And I'm having such trouble believing. Hold on, we're going to do this right now. We're going to add a browser source right now. Because I cannot believe this shit is real.
One of our highlights has been that Ovili and Soda Poppin lend their voices to our iconic characters. But hear for yourself.
Sorry, I just got to give it a name.
Before we go, we have an
OTK
announcement here at OTK
fucking thing.
for all
Go
our
here.
and future players.
Go
The
there.
very first official digital guidebook of Pioneers of Pagonia will be available on Steam just
I've now got
It
their game's
contains
Expo
lots of
shit
detailed information
open on
and
2
insider
streams.
tips about our
I'm quite literally I'm 20% of their viewership right now. No, sorry, 10%. That's devastating. But let's okay. Hold on. I'm having such trouble believing that this is how I'm supposed to fucking do this. This sounds so fucking dumb that I almost can't believe it's real. Let me put it in the right place. This seems so borderline retarded. So this is the browser source. Right? Yeah, okay, so this is Twitch.
Hello everyone and welcome to the first ever Winter Games Expo. There were so many amazing indie games out there that we just had to make a whole other show just to show them off. I'm Ovely, and I'm excited to have my wonderful co-host Phil back with us again today. You ready?
I am more than ready.
Shut it. Okay.
You know it's going to be a good time. The summer show was a blast. I know the winter is going to be even better.
I'm super excited.
Okay, now it's double audio. Great. That's exactly what I wanted.
30 upcoming games coming from developers big and small, including world reveals, special announcements, and hopefully your new favorite.
How the fuck do I turn that off? That's devastatingly retarded.
Each game we showcase here today. You can do so through our Games Expo Twitch extension found on this stream of our lovely
Damn it, I can still hear them.
Check out OTKGamesExpo.com for the full list of those titles after the show.
Now, additionally, starting from now and going until December 13th is our Winter Games Expo Super Giveaway, where you can enter to win a custom Starforge PC.
Okay, fuck this. We'll do this tomorrow.
And more. All you have to do is click on the pinned
I'll do that shit tomorrow. So what that echo was is when you add a browser source, right, it just starts screeching through OBS. So because I had it open and you can hear the audio from my main PC. Oh man, that's so dumb. This is so dumb.
That you are going to help make that happen.
At the end of today's show, everyone watching will be able to vote for their favorite game showcased here today.
Twitch partner Rose MMO has been banned.
Don't give me hope like that, Keith. First I'd have, you know how much effort that would take? I'd have to become a fucking Twitch partner first. Legit question, why even add a browser source at this point? It's the exact same as just opening the stream. I know, Fandral! That's the fucking point! What the why? Why would I need to do that to CoStream? That's fucking retarded! Why not just open the fucking thing in a browser tab?
The crafting and survival game Solarpunk from Cyberwave won the Summer Starforge Art Star Award. Take a look at the finished piece. Okay, look at that.
No, I can't. I'm in denial. I'm in denial.
Oh my god. Freaking.
Fuck off. How does Twitch co-streaming work? God, please give me an answer that's not fucking stupid. Also, I just need to check something. You know, I haven't checked this in a while. Fuck it, we'll check it on stream. I just need to do something. I need to record a little bit of data. Just gotta, I'll see. Paste those values there. That's good. Okay. Twitch co-streaming allows you to rebroadcast another streamer's live broadcast on your channel while you provide commentary. This is typically done during special events with your permission from the original streamer. Co-streaming is similar to watching a video and adding your own commentary, with the added ability to interact with the original streamer's chat. There's an ability to interact with their fucking chat! It's not just watching a browser source! I fucking knew it! There's something else here. There's something else here. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew I was missing something. Okay, what it is, co-streaming is when you broadcast another streamer's live video on your channel. You can add your own commentary and interaction. It's like watching a video and providing a live reaction, but the opportunity to interact with other viewers and the original streamer. There is some interaction that happens with the chat. You don't need it. You're trolling. Look. I'm serious when I say this, New Gash. I'm feeling like I might be this fucking retarded. This is not me trolling. I might actually be this fucking stupid. I cannot believe that co-streaming would be a thing on Twitch, which just means I add it as a fucking browser short. That's so stupid. That is so like fucking brain dead. I'm having like I cannot believe it. I don't know if I'm having a fucking stroke and I'm like reading wrong words right now, or whether I'm just that fucking stupid. I'm serious about this. It might be all about permission. No, there's something to do with the chats. It's right here. Permission is key. Special events. Co-streaming is often enabled for specific events or Twitch licensed programming. And then it links me to Stream Together. I swear to God. I swear to fucking God. You know, I feel like a dad from the 1980s who just learned that their son got a B on their math test. I just want to beat the fuck out of something. CoStream. Okay, there's a link right here. You see, there's something else here. There's something else here. I fucking knew it. In this tab, right, you can access Stream Together settings anytime by clicking the gear icon in call controls at the bottom of the call within the settings. There are 8 tabs. In this tab, you have access to all your browser sources URLs, as well as your co-streaming settings. To learn more about the different browser sources, okay, that's fine. To learn about co-streaming, check out the section link. What fucking link? To co-streaming section at the bottom of the settings tab. You can regenerate your own browser source URLs. You will want to do this in case any of your links are shown on stream. You see that? That says guest 5. Screen share. There's something here. I fucking knew it. I knew it. I will suck some cock from OTK for a free visa, Keat. I'll have you know, if it means I'm not getting 2 in the back of the fucking head because, you know, they decided to expropriate my brain from my skull, I'll do it. I'll shake my ass for P. Diddy just a little bit. What's a few bottles of baby oil between friends, goddammit? Learn more about browser sources. Okay, there's something here. When using Stream Together for collaborations. Okay, so co-streaming, Stream Together is part of it. Hosts of the call can allow other participants to show the call on their own streams. This is enabled by default. When enabled, the other participants will be able to see the video feeds from the call in their own browser source links used in their own streaming software. They can choose their own layouts and can choose their own placements, blah, blah, blah. Hosts of a call can disable co-streaming at any time. Settings browser sources and toggling allow collaborators to stream your call. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. There was something else here. I goddamn knew it. There's something here. I think it's in the settings. Ask GPT. GPT is gonna tell me that I'm racist, okay? GPT is fucking paused. GPT's broken. Oh, you're gonna comment on the P. Diddy trial? You know what? You know what, Filter? I was gonna say no. But then I remembered Asmin Gold blew the fuck up to an entirely new level of something. I asked Grok. All it wanted to do was fuck me because I was Chris Chan's mom, Ashura. Asmin Gold blew the fuck up watching the Amber Heard trial. Maybe the P. Diddy trial is my turn. Maybe it's my turn because I'll be the only one brave enough to say some shit. Go stream the P. Diddy trial. Can you imagine? I don't think... Wait, aren't they not gonna stream the P. Diddy trial though? Something about the legalese and shit. If they did, it's gonna be really funny to watch like some burned out like backup dancer get up on stage and be like, he fucked me, and then he fucked me, and then he fucked me with baby oil, and then his friends fucked me, and then his dog fucked me, and his mom fucked me, and his dad fucked me, and the chair fucked me, and like those testimonies are gonna be fucking wild. And when you say he fucked you, he's inserted it into your anus, yes? No, he cut a hole in my lower back. He called me the double butthole girl. Something here allows you to do this. I can't disable my account because I'm already disabled. So, settings, browser sources. Settings. There's something here. There's something here. Hold on, before you see like my stream key. Not that it matters much. Stream events. Celebrate important moments with your community. Change the stream date, skip, disable, blah blah blah. No one needs to know when the anniversary of the stream is. That's disgusting. That's manipulative. I don't want people seeing that. Featured content. There's something here. I fucking know there's something here. There has to be. At that point, I just want the judge to say, sounds like you've been fucked in some sound. Yeah, it's probably, you know what, it would be such a fucking, like, imagine you're the dude who married one of these backup dancers and she hasn't told you a goddamn thing, and then one day you just see your wife in the P. Diddy trial, and she told you she was just going out with the girls or something, and she's just sitting there telling you all the fucking wildest shit that P. Diddy did to her. He used to fuck me to the sound of his music. We ain't going nowhere. It's bad boys for life. Can you imagine? You can barely stream once a week. I highly doubt you can manage to stream multiple days in a row. Yeah, okay, I'll try, Childer. I'll try. I think it might also be different because law enforcement cases versus Johnny versus Amber being a case between them two. Yeah, I think it's also because it's like a federal case or some shit that they won't allow people. Plus, he's like probably part of the whole Epstein Island thing. And they'll do their absolute best to not let, how do I say this? To not allow the rest of the list to leak, because if they were going to tell us who was on that list, right, that list would be out by now. You're never seeing that fucking list. Okay, let's see. Adding your browser sources to streaming software. Okay, no way it's back to fucking step one. Okay, settings, browser sources. You will see a list of labeled obfuscated links. Copy on a link that you want to add into your streaming software. Next, turn on your streaming software. New browser source. Paste the link in the box. Resize. That's just adding browser sources. Inviting people to collaborate. Congratulations, stream together. Blah, blah, blah. Inviting people, guests, to a stream together call. Okay, that's obviously not what's going to happen.
Not to reveal the connection of Mossad with Epstein?
You mean not to reveal the connection of Mossad to Epstein? I think it's so that you don't learn about the people at the center of the earth. The Jews on the surface only cut the tip off their penis. The ones down there cut the whole penis off. It's when you find, what's his face? Mossad's real... Like, he's like, Mossad is like the first boss in Dark Souls. And the one at the bottom is just like an inversion of his name or some, like, alteration. So Mossad's at the top and Somad is at the bottom. You know the way, what was his name? The first boss in, Elden Ring was. Where he comes back later with a fucking vengeance. That's how it's gonna be. So the Jews underground are trons. No, they're trains. the robots, the transformers, but also lizards at the same time. Inviting people with an invite link, so that's not gonna be what fucking happens. Inviting people from chat. Opening a request line. Start a stream together call from your quick actions, collaboration panel, stream manager, stream together. Click on the request button. Choose who you want to be able to request to join. You can even limit by follow or sub length. Start request, add to call. Knock on streams. Okay, so that's what we just did to Muckluck. We just harassed him using that feature. When using Stream Together for collaborations, hosts of the call can allow other participants to show the call on their own streams. This is enabled by default. When enabled, the other participants will be able to see the video feeds. Hosts of a call can disable co-streaming, settings, browser sources, and toggling off allow collaborators. You can access Stream Together settings anytime by clicking the gear icon in the call controls at the bottom of the call. I don't see an app here. Twitch shared chat. There's a feature in... So this is part of co-streaming, is the fucking shared chat. Soon he'll claim Iceland. What the fuck is that? What did you link me? Donald Trump is related to most Icelanders and Danish. Oh, okay, so yeah, that doesn't... I mean, I suppose that makes more sense than that one bitch claiming to be Native American, right? Jon Stewart, Elizabeth Stewart. I mean, Elizabeth Stewart's looking a lot older in her picture than I remember. But okay. So you see, this is part of the underground spider network of lizards that are trying to take over the Earth. Of course, they've all got royal blood. Should have been a 12-year-old lolly and I would have been Epstein's been, Jesus Christ, dude. Shared chat is a feature in Stream Together. I open this, it's going to take me back to this stupid fucking link. That's what I thought. Stream Together is a Twitch feature that works with broadcast software. So Stream Together is a thing that works with the fucking broadcast software, like OBS or Streamlabs OBS. Collab on Livestream streamers. Stream Together is currently in beta. During beta, give us feedback on how the tool can be even greater for Twitch creators and their community. Before we dive in, these definitions will help you navigate. Okay, host. Okay, so co-streaming is part of Stream Together. I've been fucking lied to. New Gash was in here taking a shit on me, making me look even more retarded than usual. It's not. I'm having such trouble believing this. Streaming tools. Is it there? You just... Dashboard... Yeah, you're just linking me the fucking dashboard, dude. I think I need to go to camp to learn to concentrate at this point. It's two different things. There's no... Then what the oh, here. Okay, Stream Together. More chat, more viewers, and more ways to collaborate. Get your streaming... Hold on. Is Twitch Stream Together and co-streaming two different...
Who is taking
features.
Bets on how long before Rose says screw it and turns the stream off to go get drunk, to forget this shit.
Okay, so New Gash is right. Stream Together and co-streaming are distinct features on Twitch, each designed for different information. Stream Together, previously known as Guest Star, is a Twitch feature that allows multiple streamers to collaborate by streaming together. Co-streaming. Okay, so Newgash wasn't fucking with
Stand
me.
ready for my arrival,
actually just that retarded. I am actually just that fucking retarded. Co-streaming involves the streamer broadcasting another channel's live content, typically a major event or whatever. Key features. Key differences. Stream together, focused on collaboration, multiple... Okay, focused on one streamer reacting to commentating, typically for major events without creating a new collaborative content. Primary content from another channel's broadcast, with the streamer adding commentary. Offers shared chat to combine communities. So, you see, this is the thing. Okay, so co-streaming, there's no shared chat. So Twitch needs to update their stupid fucking article because this makes it way more confusing. What's up, Syro? God damn it. Viewership is separate. Okay, co-streaming, viewership is separate, and co-streams may not be fully trackable. For event organizers, complicating metrics. Holy shit, it is this fucking stupid. How the fuck does a non-feature on Twitch have a name? Can Grok be wrong? Okay, well, let's double check it. Because Grok is obviously pulling things. It's got links here. It's got links, so it's like pulling from sources, and most of its sources are like streaming websites and shit, right? So let's just double check. Okay, so same thing, co-streaming. Only available for specific events. You stream the official feed alongside your camera, voice, and chat, meant for amplification. You must follow Twitch's co-streaming guidelines. Usually you get access to the official Twitch. Okay, so what... Okay. Okay, so essentially, what this all tells me is that if I do this right now, if I go here, I go back to Twitch, and if I do this, and I just like get here and just start.
Dude, hold on, can I pause this cutscene? Speaking of,
this is me co-streaming.
Expedition 33.
I'm co-streaming right now.
In relation to that,
right? That's literally co-streaming.
One of the developers
That's
for
such
Dragon
fucking
Age
bullshit.
Posted on Twitter and said, "This is a great example of what devs are able to do when you give them time to cook." And everyone replied, "You were cooking your game for 10 years."
How was
because
so
Veilguard was in production since 2015.
Like, you know, like Africans used to live in cow shit huts. That is more technologically advanced than what co-streaming is. That's what I'm learning. But you have permission to do that. Oh, thanks, Dad. Thanks, Dad. I'm so glad that I can co-stream now. It's not like I can't just click on a fucking link. It's not like I can't just do this. You go here, do that. Guys, I'm such a big streamer now. Look at me. I'm co-streaming with Asmin Gold right now. Wow, guys.
Because, like, I'm
a god. Did you know? I'm his best friend now because I'm co-streaming. What fucking retarded shit is that? That's dumb as fuck. This is dumber than I ever thought it would be. It's a community thing, not official Twitch thing. People can grant permission to stream. Oh my god. Gash, I've had such trouble believing you weren't fucking trolling me this whole time. But you've been 100% correct. I want you to know that. I want you to understand I live in a country that can't keep the fucking electricity on for more than a day. And not even the people down here are this fucking retarded and technologically backwards. It's funny how gaslighted you are about this. Now you're making me doubt that this is... Oh, okay. Okay. What the fuck is the point in co-streaming then? Co-streaming on Twitch might seem like a niche feature compared. It's not a feature! But it has specific purposes that can be valuable for streamers and their audiences. Here's the point of co-streaming. Addressing your frustration. No shared chat. Restricted content. Less collaboration. Okay, so this is worthless, is what I'm learning. I signed up for fucking worthless dog shit. I swear to God. I swear to fucking God. This whole stream, I'm just gonna be here, right? This is the whole stream. When I'm co-streaming, this is me co-streaming OTK, right? And I'm gonna find the pair of pants I've got in my cupboard that my wife has been trying to make me throw out for the last 4 years, and it's got a hole right here. And I'm gonna have my balls hanging just out the hole while I co-stream the event. Because at least then you'll have something interesting to look at. Oh my fucking God. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think you're blaming the wrong person. Twitch doesn't have a co-stream option. OTK wants to do it. Blame them. No, I blame Twitch. Because if Twitch had any fucking sense at all, they would have implemented that feature 8 years ago. Right? I can't blame OTK for hosting an event and having people want to watch it, right? And watching it live and reacting to it live. What I can blame is Twitch for being so fucking retarded that they can't just take the fucking co-streaming thing, link all the chats together, right? So that everyone is in the same kind of arena of shit while watching from different sources. And then giving a list of people that you can go and click on depending on which POV you prefer to look at. No green card then. The green... Listen, I said I'd suck some cock for a green card, Dubber. This might be worse than sucking cock. This might be too low for me. Well, it's bold to assume you're one single ball. Hey, you haven't watched the previous OTK events. That's obvious, Banatu. So there's no multi-chat. There's no features. There's no shared viewership. There's literally just, hey, react to this. Oh, fuck me. Someone get Jeff Bezos on the line and get him to fucking sue Twitch for being retarded. Suck Hillary's cunt for the green card. No, that only things go in there. Nothing comes out, Edward. That's not how that works. Plus, there's teeth in there. It literally comes back to this is a fucking browser source. I can't believe. I can't believe. I can't believe Newgash was right the whole time. And that he wasn't just fucking with me. There's a reason Bull preferred fucking others. Yeah, he was like... He was like, I'd rather rape your mouth under a desk than go near Hillary. Again. Made that mistake once. Apparently Trump calls, I heard this from one of the interview things, but apparently Trump calls the office in which Bill used to get his dick sucked, he calls it the blowjob room. BDO Keat will be up and live once I've got my workout streams ready. I have one more thing I need to set up for that. And what that's going to be is a boxing bag that I reclaimed. So I've had this boxing bag that's been sitting in my garage forever. And like, okay, one of the bands got chewed through by a bunch of rats, but it still works. And I found a bunch of like metal poles and shit from like old workout equipment that I think I've still got all the pieces of. And it's just like missing a few nuts and bolts. So what I'm going to do is tomorrow I'm going to wake up and I'm going to like fix that up. I'm going to hang it up here in my room, right? So that I can then use this entire space for like boxing shit. Because what I think one of the mistakes I made when I was doing my workout streams was I made it a little bit too complicated. I was fucking trying to play a keyboard of bullshit, whereas I was supposed to simplify it. Also, if I can get the cover of a body pillow and put it over the boxing bag, I will. But I'm busy in talks with a company, the same ones who printed out the dog tit shirt for me. But I don't know if they're degenerated enough to print out a body pillow of something. I'm still trying to figure out whether I should have an Asmin Gold body pillow, a Blue Squadron body pillow since it's BDO content, or something else. Are you going to copy Josh Strife Hayes' treadmill? You know what the worst part about you saying that, Keith? You know what the worst part about you fucking saying that is? I had a treadmill already set up, already set and waiting. Right there. Right underneath the head of the Guild Wars 2 model, I have a treadmill over here. And you know what? You know what the worst part is? I set that fucking treadmill up so that it's got a Wi-Fi connection to the PC under my desk. And so you would have the ability to change the speed of the treadmill. Right? I had to fucking run through a million fucking RF codes just to find the right frequencies for up and down on that frequency. Right? And I'm still figuring out how to set out the code so that when you fuckers increase it to like 9, it'll stay at 9 for like maybe 10 seconds and then come back down so I don't fall over fucking dead after streaming for 10 minutes. Because I'm a fat fuck and I will die. I will die. And you know what the worst part is, Keith? I had all of that set up and figured out before Josh Strife Hayes even started his workout shit. That's the worst part. But at the second I'm doing it again, I'm gonna just be accused of being, just copying everything he does. And you know what? I'm just gonna say, fuck you, yes. I'm just gonna say, you're goddamn right. But you know what? There's nothing new under the sun. It's not like I'm the first person to ever do a workout stream. But I will tell you that I am probably the very first person to figure out truly how co-streaming works. So I just want you to understand exactly how tomorrow's event's gonna go. It's literally gonna be me sitting here. Right. With my fucking cock out here.
I can mine the iron ore.
Just flailing it around while the goddamn OTK thing is in the background. That's it. Because if Twitch doesn't have the balls to properly program in a fucking co-stream feature, why should I give a shit? That's it. Holy fucking shit. At least you got permission. Yeah, I got permission to whip my cock out. You should link the treadmill speed to BPMs of the songs. I will fall over so fucking quickly, Vandal. I know you've been called out for copying Henry Cavill from Temu. Yeah, probably. Probably. But you know what? At least I figured this out. At least I know now how the OTK shit works, and we can move on. Right? Now, I do want to watch this, because this was linked in the Discord, and it's relevant to what you fuckers just said. But we're going to save this one for last, because I got other things linked in the Discord. That's what we're going to start with. This will be the last one before I start playing some Guild Wars 2 tonight. When I used to do the treadmill, I would imagine I was being chased by zombies and would play in the Heartbeat song from 28 Days Later. You know what I used to do? We couldn't afford a treadmill. So what I used to do was I'd get on the road and I'd start running, and I would just imagine that the homeless guy who lived down the road was chasing me. And a few times it was true. So I learned to run pretty fast, even though I sucked at it. And it didn't matter how fast I ran, as long as I was faster than the homeless dude chasing me. He used to like live in this bush. So like, yeah, I'll show you what it was like. So this used to be like where I lived a long time ago when I was still in school. And I cared about fitness, and I was actually like, you know, going to martial arts and shit, right? So I would leave my house. I would run up the road, right? I would cross a street, and then I would sprint this way. And there were a bunch of bushes here, right? And there's a homeless guy who used to sleep in the bushes over here. And as you would pass him, there was about a 30% chance you would catch his aggro range, and he would start chasing after you, right? And I think this is probably because he had some like mental issue or something. But they like no one picked him up. No white van comes in this country. There's like no one coming to fetch that dude, right? And I think one day I went running as a kid, and I must have been about 16 or so at the time. And I glanced over at where homeless guy was, and all his stuff was gone. And it had been a particularly cold winter, and so I think he was gone. I think he'd been reclaimed by whatever, you know, demon from 40k had put him there to harass people. I kind of felt bad for that, because I remember... I'll tell you a story before we do this. So I remember when I was a kid, and I remember my first interaction with that homeless guy, right? I was in the car with my mom, and we drove down the road, and my mom saw this homeless guy for the first time. And my mom was trying to like teach me a lesson about like charity and being sweet and kind to people, and like, you know, the fact that sometimes it's not people's fault that they end up like this, and sometimes life just goes wrong. So what she did was she was like, I want you to learn a good lesson from me. So we looked at this homeless guy, and my mom like rolled down the window. She was like, what can I get for you? Right? And he was like, I need money. I need money, or I need food. Right? And that's pretty reasonable. That's a pretty reasonable request. And you'd think like, okay, if I give him money, he's just going to use the money to buy food. Right? Because he's not like, I need money to drink. I need money for this. He said money or food. Right? So my mom was like, okay, cool. So we're gonna be right back. 15 minutes. Take a drive to the shops, right? Get out, buy what we need, and my mom buys him like a loaf of bread and some eggs, right? And like a thing to cook the eggs on and shit. And what happens is, we pull up next to the guy and we put the hazard lights on. She rolls down the window, and she's like, hey. She's like about to hand him this whole stash of things, and she starts with the bread. And she takes the bread and she hands it to the guy. The guy takes the bread, looks at it for about 2 seconds, and before my mom can like reach back to get anything else, he throws the bread into my mother's face, and he's like, fuck you, I wanted chicken. fuck you, bitch. Where's my chicken? And it's at that point that my mom turns around and looks at him and she's not even flabbergasted. She's just angry. She opens the door into him and like slams him with the door, closes it, and says, I was gonna give you a bunch of shit, but now you can fuck off. And she closes the window and drives off. And I just sat there next to her. I was like, so what was the lesson you wanted to teach me? Huh? What did you want to teach me? What do you have to say for yourself? Mom was like, you shut the fuck up. You shut up. I don't want to hear about this ever again. It was so good because I just sat there watching this whole thing go down, and my mom fucking hit him with the car door. And I think he must have been drunk or on something at the time, because like the door, obviously my mom's like a small woman. There's nothing like, she's not going to do any damage to anyone. So like when she hit him with the door, he like flailed backwards, right? It was so good. I still remember that day. I can't believe a homeless man got bread, and my mom was like reaching back to get other stuff for him, and that's when fucking bread came flying into her face. The lesson, my son, is to never be nice to poor people. My mother was so fucking angry at that because she thought she was going to teach me like an impressionable lesson about charity and how you can help someone up when they're like in a bad way. And this dude just threw bread in her face and said, fuck you, give me a chicken, bitch. It was so good. Was the guy, you know, that hypo... Oh, wait. You know, that type of guy. I'm not sure what you mean, Banatu. But it was so fucking wild. And I still remember whenever I'd go jogging and like running down the street, because I was like competing professionally when I was in my teenage years for like different martial arts and shit, this crazy fucking homeless guy would come running after me. And he's like, he's not fast. I need you to understand, he's not fast. And like every person who got into his aggro range, he would chase after. Right? And you can imagine there's a lot of fat black women who are walking down the side of the road. And if he couldn't catch them, there's no ways he's catching me. It was so good. Can we talk for a moment how Super seems to think that in order to apply for asylum in the USA as a white South African farmer, that he has to acquire and submit the documentation through WhatsApp? There is a program, there's a documentation program through certain WhatsApp groups that do exist, but it's not just submitting it through WhatsApp, it's just it links back to the official forms. There are official groups that link you back to the correct documentation you're supposed to go through, but you're not submitting it through WhatsApp. Like he's not in Texas. Yeah, people would turn around and blow his fucking legs off. I can imagine that. Your stream is still linked to Mux. I don't know if you noticed or not. Wait, seriously? No fucking way.
This guy couldn't afford a real trap.
Hold on. I think you're lying to me right now. There's no way. There is no way. There is no way. See? Nope. Is it? Yeah, you see, it's not. I would have to ask him to join. It's over. See?
Hold on.
If you're seeing that, that's just Twitch being another pile of dog shit like it usually is. I don't know what the fuck I'm hearing here, but my playlist ended, and that's a little bit annoying. That's probably going to be copyright struck. Oh well. That's just how it is. Why do people outside of EU prefer moving to America compared to EU? I'll tell you why, GG sir. They prefer moving to the US because there's more freedom, right? If I move to the EU, I don't get freedom of speech. I have to learn one of the fucking moon rune languages one of you guys speak, right? My options are the UK, or the UK, or the UK. And the problem with that is, I don't think they very much like white immigrants over there, based on how many mosques have popped up over the last few years. Also, I don't like the idea of all this inheritance tax where you can try and build up something, some kind of fortune for your descendants to try and make their lives better, and the state's like, nah, fuck you, we're going to take all of that away. Also, cost of living in EU is way fucking higher, whereas the US is variable depending on where you are. You've also got the issue of, if I go over there, I'm immediately just a fucking racist, right? They're just immediately gonna look at me like I'm a fucking animal racist piece of shit. How are you routing game PC audio to your stream? I know you have a dual PC setup, so I'm trying to figure out how to work that shit since I have an audio interface. So what I'm doing is I've got a capture card on my stream PC, right? That's attached to my gaming PC. And the gaming PC is where I've set up all the audio through the Beacon software, but you could get any mixer software, probably use Voice Meter Potato. But this is what I'm using. This feeds into the capture card feeds into this, and that acts as a source for both audio and stuff. It's literally one cable. We think all SA are racist anyway. Yeah, I mean, that's, to be fair, we're not racist, we're just honest. And you can't be honest in the UK. You post a tweet and you'll get arrested. The man who raped 4 Pakistani children was also a Pakistani. Oi, bruv, do you have a license for that racism? You don't. Time for the knifey. Yeah, I'll pass. I have a better chance going to the US because at least I can say things. And as long as I'm not saying go out and murder people, right, I won't be arrested, which is not... I gotta be honest with you, my favorite laws all come out of the US, right? Castle Doctrine. Freedom of speech. That one thing where you blew the fucking British up because they kept on asking for taxes. UK would probably consider the chair if they saw your content. Yeah, they probably would. Let's be honest. That's why Sawman is a dog. That's why he doesn't show his face. It's because he's got 4 more brain cells than me, and he understands the risk he's taking by talking about MMOs that might just get him arrested. I can't go into HR again. So you have the HDMI doing all the audio as well, because I just disable audio from my GPU. Yes, I've got audio feeding to the thing. So essentially, the capture card is acting like another monitor source that I'm then duplicating. So if we go here to the display settings, you'll see that this is monitor 1. Right? Fuck, it's behind me. This here is monitor 1, and it's duplicating that to the capture card, and the capture card is then being captured by this PC. It's the easiest way to do it with a dual PC setup is using a capture card. Also, the capture card will do all the processing load, so it won't fuck with the gaming PC. That's why I'm doing it. You get injured in the US and go broke. That's fine, Sasha. All I need to do is not get injured. I get injured down here, someone might eat my ass. Against my will. And it's fine. I know that the US has its problems. It's not like the US is a fucking utopia, right? But I'll tell you what. I have a lower rate. I have a lower chance of getting injured in the US than I do if I'm living here. And hey, if I get something incurable like cancer or something, you know, insane that I can't do anything else about, I'll just, I'll tell you what I definitely won't do. I definitely won't, fly back here. No, you know what? Actually, I definitely won't strap a bunch of bombs to myself and run into an IRS building. I definitely won't do that. On Dutch taxpayers' Money TV, will have politicians shown as bondage enjoyer on his knees ready to suck dick. Sounds like... Yeah, the problem is with the Dutch is they speak discount Afrikaans, so I can't understand them. You know, Dutch got left in the past with the dinosaurs. It evolved, and they just stayed behind. So no one knows what the fuck they're talking about, ever. Do you know why the Dutch call Afrikaans kitchen Dutch? Because Afrikaans is cooking. That's why.
Did it make you happy?
This is the video I wanted to watch last. Let's see what else you fucking animals have linked to me in the Discord, and then we'll go from there. Real question, in which state do you want to live? So this is something I'm still doing research into, Keith, but we're looking at like Utah, Texas, Nevada, Tennessee. If I really, really, really want to, you know, have the South African experience, I'll go to Idaho. Not Idaho. Is it Idaho? No. It's Louisiana. I'd go there. Not Texas. I'd love to be in Texas. I'd fucking love it. It'd be great. Castle doctrine? Are you kidding me? I know there's some states that have that law where if someone like challenges you to a fight on the street, right, it's not against the law and you're allowed to actually fuck each other up and the cops won't get involved. So maybe one of those. Did it make you happy that Trump made show to shame the African politician? Yes, it was hilarious. You know what? Actually, I'm going to save this. I'm going to save this because soon I'm going to have a whole stream talking about the entire situation in my country and the parts that everyone is missing out on and the parts that people don't fucking understand. Because unfortunately, I know enough history about my country to know how much bullshit is going on right now. On both sides. Because on one side, you've got a bunch of people who are like, they're so desperate to get America and the rest of the world to pay attention to them that they will go to extremes and say like worse shit than what's actually currently happening, right? And the rest of the world, they've been forced into that situation because the rest of the world keeps on being like, well, you're white, so you deserve it. And then on the other hand, you've got like a bunch of people who are just in full denialism mode, right? That's the issue. So I'd love to do a full stream on that. I'm still deciding whether it's worth it or not because I don't know how interesting I can actually make that for people. If you move to my area, you get access to my favorite barcade. That's like $10 for the whole day. $10? Damn, that's my salary for a month. I can't afford that. But where do you wash your loincloths? I don't understand. Come to Canada, we have maid. I've got a wife already. I don't know why I'd need that. Is it really true that you can't speak about racism against white people? So they're trying to make it a law. Banatu, this is currently in process. They're trying to pass a law in my country currently that if you speak about racist shit happening to white people, right, except to deny its existence, it would be considered treason. It's not a law that's passed yet, but it's something they're working on. And what they want to do, from what I'm seeing in the court cases and shit, is they wanted to apply retroactively. Right, so that means that anyone who's done it prior in the past to the passing of that law is also prosecuted. So they basically want to crucify you in front of everyone else. So they'll be like, white people, yo, shut the fuck up. Which might work to my advantage because I'll just immediately claim asylum. It didn't cost them more, but they tried to make more and go because Trump. Like Canada is like every mom and pop grocery store that raised the price of eggs 100%. Isn't Canada just new India? I've heard some like you've got to avoid certain cities now in Canada. I heard this from Canadian people, but I don't know how true it is. Right? Apparently, like Indians love Canada in particular, but I don't know how true that is because obviously I understand that certain people have like. You know, they see like one Indian dude down the road and they're like, there's too many Pajeets here right now. I need to leave. So I don't know how true it is or not. Okay, let's continue with what I fucking wanted. Let's start with all the bullshit you people have sent me. Of course, we got to go for the Asmin Gold react. You know, I just co-streamed with him. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I want you to know it's not that big of a deal, guys. I just co-streamed with him. According to Twitch, that's a feature. I've got Indian friends, no lie, they have relatives in Canada. I'm not surprised. That's true, isn't there isn't like... Okay, you saw, man, you can tell me how true this statement is. I know a British guy who lives close to London, and he no longer calls London, London. He calls it New Mumbai. How true is that statement? I need you to tell me that. What a name. What a name. Thank you for the follow. Mine? Ga. Hopefully there was enough spacing there. Wait, actually, what am I saying? I'll just say bad stuff about the Jews now, and then Twitch will be fine with me. What a name. Well played. Well played. There's parts of London which are really Indian, like Wembley, but there's more places that are French than English. Oh god, that's even worse. Can't you, like, trade the French for more Indians? At least there'll be less shit in the streets then. It's mostly colleges here taking Indians because they can charge them out the ass for all their rupees. Isn't it a third world? I'm pretty sure India is a third world country. I don't know how much money they have to give, to be honest. I don't know. You see, the problem is, I don't know, when it comes to, like, immigration, I know some of the stuff in the US, I know some of the stuff in the UK, but I don't know how much of a burden versus how much of a benefit all these people are in the economy. So if I was to speak about it at all, I'm just speaking out of my ass. I think Canada had a really good visa a few years back, not so much now, though. Yeah, they probably changed their minds. They're probably like, no, that's enough. That's enough for you. That's enough for you. No whites, but that's enough for you. We'll see. Okay, but anyway, what the fuck is this?
Black fatigue? Oh yeah. Asmin Gold is entertaining the new meta of black fatigue, which is like, I'm sorry.
Based. I can't believe it. You know what? I'm willing to bet that Hassan's, like, lying about this clip immediately, because I don't see Asmin Gold just coming out and be like, I'm tired of all these fucking blacks. And, like, I don't see him saying that. I don't think he would actually say that, so I'm willing to bet Hassan's lying right now.
The lamest way to be a white supremacist. Just say it.
Do we have the clip of my VOD talking about this topic?
Bro, I have stream clips dating back to 2015. What question is even...
Hold on. Invictus, what's up? How you doing? At tier 3, what's wrong with you, dude? Jesus, my tits aren't that juicy. Holy shit, drop that down to tier 1. Save yourself the fucking trouble. Jesus, dude. What the fuck? I will now be able to afford the entire UNICEF rice bag. Thank you very much, Invictus. If I don't tell the taxman who comes to collect my cows, maybe I can feed my family for a year. Thanks, I appreciate it, dude. You don't have to do that. I promise you the stream is free. Never feel like you have to give me anything.
That.
What's that? What's that? Is that your vibrator? Let's see if we do. Exactly why black fatigue is a thing? Black fatigue isn't a thing. Bitch fatigue is a thing.
He's wrong. Black fatigue is a thing. Black fatigue is definitely a thing. And the funniest thing is I've heard the words black fatigue from black people more than anyone else. I've heard more black creators on YouTube and in real life talking about black fatigue more than anything else. And I'll tell you where this all comes from. There's an old Chris Rock comedy thing. Right? That's the first time I heard it. And it just kept on getting worse from there. Here, I'll see if I can try and find it. Here you go. It's from
we got a lot of things.
It's been building up since 1990. Thanks for the sub. Thank God you used your Prime and you didn't spend like real money on that. Don't you dare spend real fucking money here. How dare you? Should actually go give it to someone who... This has been going on since 1996. Right? Was that Chris Rock's sketch ripped a bit from Dave Chappelle? I don't know. Chris Rock may have done it first. Dave Chappelle may have done it first. But this is obviously a big... No. Stop it. Stop it. Stop wasting your goddamn money. Tigress, stop wasting your goddamn money. I swear to God. Go give it to someone who actually deserves it instead of a fucking filthy African, okay? Thank you. Seriously, though. Don't stop it. You will never ever hear someone talk more shit about black people than those really old black women out there. Jimmy, you have no idea how true that is. You got to remember, I was raised with what's essentially amounted to two moms, right? I had my mom, a white woman, and I had another black woman who's been there since my birth, and who was like, whenever my mom was working, I was with her, right? The amount of shit she used to speak, right? You have no idea. Hold on. Yeah, you have no fucking idea the kind of shit I heard her say. Like, on a daily basis. She was like 2 steps away from wearing a pointy white hood every fucking day. And you know what the thing is? She was married to like a black dude who was a drunk, right? And one day he went out and he got drunk and he just never came home.
But how are you?
And this was just about the time she got pregnant. and for a good year, she just went off on black dudes. She just went the fuck off on them. And like, I cannot repeat any of what she said or I would be banned permanently. But I was like a little kid of like 5 years old. Why did she marry a drunk? I don't know. It's more like he developed into a drunk. Like, he was fine to start off with, and then like over the years he just got like alcoholism and you know, it got worse from there. But fuck me. This shit she told me, holy fucking shit. She might as well have joined the KKK with how much shit she said. Rose was co-raised by a black woman. Yeah, pretty much. You have no idea. You have no goddamn idea the kind of wild shit she would tell me. Fuck me. Like, you know, one day I thought I was going to be funny because I just heard this joke in school, right? And I was like, this was when it was still novel, right? Have you ever heard the joke where it's like, what's the difference between... like, what do you call a white pilot, right? A pilot. What do you call a black pilot, right? And then someone's like, I don't know what, and you hit them back with, a pilot, you fucking racist, right? And so I hit her with this joke, and before I could like hit the punchline of the joke, right, she was like, you don't call a black pilot anything because they don't fucking exist. You think that they can fly a plane when they can't even drive a car? You put them behind the wheel of a car and they think they own the goddamn world. They don't even know how to read lines on a road, let alone fucking sentences in a book. And she like went off for like a good fucking 15 minutes. And I just sat there like, I'm not gonna get to the punchline of this joke, am I? She just went fucking wild on this shit. And I was like, I heard racism from this black woman that I have never heard in my life from a white person ever. And I live in a country that had apartheid, okay? I want to make that clear. You know, Desmond Tutu, when he became like ordained as like this big deal as like an African like bishop and shit, right? I was sitting down watching the news while they were talking about Desmond Tutu, right? And the first thing she says, seeing this guy being the bishop, was like, maybe now he can pray hard enough to God that in his next life he'll be born as someone else other than a black man. And I was like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? She just kept going. There was no stopping this woman. You should see prison. I spent 3 years in Ohio prison, and the only racist shit that went on was either blacks versus Muslims or black versus black. Is she still alive? No, unfortunately, she died of lung cancer. I was at her bedside days before she passed, and she said that she wanted to come home. She said she knew she was gonna die, and she didn't want to be in hospital anymore. As, quote, in her words, there are too many untrustworthy blacks in this hospital, and every time I ask for a pudding cup, they think it's a bicycle, so they steal it from me. Right? Those are her words, quote. And she was like, if I'm gonna die, I want to die at home. And so she did. We took her home, right? She lived with us, and she died in her bed. Unfortunately, it was like I woke up one morning and she was just gone. But yeah, that woman was fucking goddamn. you know that Giga Chad image that's like CEO in racism, right? Every time I look at that image, I just see her. I don't see Giga Chad there. I just see her. Uncle Ruckus's wife. You know what, Sarah? I've never looked at it that way, but you're goddamn right. That's the perfect description for this woman. You should have seen. Sorry. I'm like, you've hit a nerve in my head, and you're like unlocking all the racist memories. Like I still remember watching like news late at night. So my parents were medical parents, right? So my dad was busy becoming a surgeon, and my mother worked as like the country's first transplant coordinator. So as you can imagine, right, it's a Tuesday night. My parents aren't home. I haven't seen them for 3 days. And I'm sitting there with her, and we're watching the news before I go to bed. And like a news thing comes on where they're talking about like a violent rape that happened in the country. And the first thing she says to me is, I don't understand how black men can hold down a black woman and rape her, but they can't hold down a fucking job for more than 5 minutes. And I'm sitting there like, what the fuck? What the hell? She just kept going off. She was fucking wild. And she never stopped until the day she died. She hated with such passion. Your dad became a surgeon. He learned how big he could stretch a guy's asshole. Pretty much, yeah. Apparently my dad's like, so my dad as a surgeon was like the fucking worst surgeon ever. Zero bedside manner. Right, so I got dumped in hospitals a lot as well, and my parents would disappear, and I got to see shit. Like my dad would come in, and like he'd operated on like a 16-year-old kid, right? And she was like lying there crying that she couldn't feel her legs, and my dad walks in and is like, bullshit, and just starts stabbing her legs with a pen. And then she's crying even more because she can't feel the pain. And my dad just walks out with no explanation. So yeah, he had zero bedside manner. I'm pretty sure he's got undiagnosed autism. If you think I got it bad, he's 10 times worse. But yeah, you have no idea the kind of wild shit I fucking saw growing up. And you got to remember, right? My dad only became like a surgeon and started earning like money and shit as I was getting into my teenage years. So when I was young, I got to see the fucking craziest shit ever.
Ain't nobody tired of him. We're tired of her. No, don't go and make...
I don't know what this relates to. He's probably right in this case, but black fatigue is a thing. I've seen so much of it. I've seen so many like black content creators saying like we're tired of these people who keep making the rest of us look like shit. And that's fair. I mean, if every fucking day of my life everyone compared me to like some sister fucking illiterate two-teeth retard who keeps on talking about the Aryan race, I'd also be fucking mad. I'd be so fatigued as well.
Make this a race issue. Stop.
Black fatigue? Oh yeah. Asmin Gold is entertaining the new meta of black fatigue.
Don't go and make this a race issue. Stop.
Damn, he quite literally said the exact opposite. He said the exact opposite of what Hassan Suck the Terrorist's Cock Piker said. God damn.
Why do you do this? This is embarrassing. This is crazy.
The lamest fucking way to be a white supremacist. Just say it. Just say the N-word, dude. That shit is so frustrating where it's like you're such a fucking pussy. You just can't fucking openly be racist. You have to just be like, oh.
Fuck, he's shadowboxing. The Nepo baby is shadowboxing. He's fighting fucking shadows. God damn. He's fighting shit that's not there. That's actually genius, now that I think about it, right? Is how do you slander someone is you start saying that they said a bunch of shit that they didn't say. Isn't this how schizophrenic people talk? No, Barrow. I'm going to say no because, you know what, schizophrenic people at least have some conviction in what they're saying. He just looks like he's saying it knowing he's trying to cause shit.
I just have black fatigue.
Why are you literally just lying? Like, really, it makes you look like a retard. It's actually fucking embarrassing.
That's what this is. Gonna get clipped so hard, man. Suck my dick!
You see that? You see how he can't face criticism? He just screeches, right? Now, toddlers do the same thing, right? You see how it's like, that's gonna get clipped so hard and he's just like, suck my dick! But he won't address the fact that he's probably fucking lying. He doesn't look at what someone says. He takes everything out of context. He's like the perfect leftist. He is the perfect, ideal leftist. And it's so amazing because he's such an incredible capitalist. Because he's found a way to monetize communism live on stream. And I have a certain level of respect for that. He Nepo babied his way up. He monetized communism. Think about that. And I always have a level of respect for Hassan because he single-handedly removed more purchasing power from socialists and communists than any other human being on this planet, aside from maybe fucking Stalin. That's it. Think about how amazing that is. He talks about communism and socialism and all this shit, and then he turns around and he buys a mansion. And then he turns around and buys a fucking supercar. Is that not incredible? He's living the American dream. And all he had to do was lie. What is the OTK Expo thing? Well, as I found out earlier, Iconic, the entire fucking OTK thing is literally I'm just going to be reacting to their fucking stream live. I thought it was like an actual event. I thought there was a Twitch feature. I spent an hour or more having a fucking stroke over the fact that it's the dumbest shit ever. Hassan says anything and dipshits will believe every word, but God forbid someone says something against him. Him and all his viewers will demand proof. Well, you know what? It's a pretty easy thing to do. I think he's got the perfect strategy for not being banned on Twitch, is just say bad shit about Jews all the time, right? Just do that, and you can never be banned. It's beautiful. It's amazing.
Oh my god. This is getting bad, guys. This is getting really bad.
Stop crying!
Jeez, this is bad. How do you just go and make a bunch of shit up? Every time he has one of his
tantrums. That's perfect. That's flawless. That's like the highest ideal for the most leftist extremists out there, is just make up a bunch of random shit that's not real and then pretend that that's reality. They shadowboxing all day. It's fucking amazing.
Probably 10 times a day. You can see how stressed the dog is on the dog.
In the process of me talking about white supremacy,
I didn't even notice he had a snack in the background there.
White supremacist bad faith actors will clip me out of context to make it seem like I'm actually in favor of white supremacy while I'm in the process of complaining about it. Stop crying.
I didn't see the dog. I never saw the fucking dog. Oh my god.
Emergency commie food. What do you mean emergency, Syra? Commies eat that shit because it's the only thing that's left. It's not the emergency food. It's what's left. It's what you can catch. I was about to say, no way they're getting you into OTK. No, absolutely not. But hey, listen. Okay, if OTK wants to break out the baby oil and give me one of them work visas, I'll shake my ass on camera. Hey, I'm not ashamed. I'll do the double twist. But I'm going to be doing something even more degrading tomorrow. Is I'm reacting to their stream for free. But so here's the problem, right? Think about the way that expos and all these sponsored events go. Unfortunately, they're always going to be cringe because none of these streamers get to act like themselves while these go down, right? None of them get to make jokes or be spicy or actually entertaining because the second they do, every single sponsor drops them, right? So they have to be these very pathetic, middling, make a slapstick humor joke. They're incapable of any level of creativity because the second there's any level of creativity, they get in trouble. And I'm sure that even as mild as they are while presenting these games, there's still certain HR, fat, chunky bitch, pigsty woman, you know the ones, the blondies, that come out and they're like, I didn't like that one joke you made where you stub your toe. It's pretty offensive to people who don't have toes. And then it just degenerates from there. So I can't even be mad at them because they know the score and they probably understand how fucking cringe they're being. I'm so fucking done with all these virtue signaling streamers, dude. They're all fucking useless human beings sitting in a chair for 12 hours a day. Absolutely, but that's the problem, Ashura. If you want to get anywhere in life, you have to suck the cock of virtue signaling, right? There's no getting on stream and doing some shit like I did, right? Where it's like, guy beat the shit out of his girlfriend, right? And I'm sitting here being like, well, what did she say to him? There's none of that. You've got to go hashtag believe all women, hashtag free the beef curtain. It's so terrible that this happened. How could this ever happen to a woman? She's such a small, delicate creature, but also women are 100% physically equal to men, and that's why we need women in the UFC getting their face bones broken by the guy who's like 400th place. Yeah, stupid shit like you gotta fucking toe the line, right? Here's one, if you ever want to fuck with one of these people, right? If you ever want to fuck with them, 4chan came up with the perfect answer to this, right?
Believing women is what got humanity kicked out of the Garden of Eden.
Now you see, that's an unfair comparison, right? And I'll tell you why, right? Adam already knew that she was lying. But he also understood that if he went against her, he was getting no pussy forever. And he was so desperate for the pussy, he went against God for it. And I'm willing to bet that's partly why when God kicked him out of the Garden of Eden, he wasn't just like, everyone dead. He was like, you know what, Adam? Maybe I did make the pussy too powerful. Leave. I'm willing to bet that was the score. He knew it was the wrong choice, but he knew he was going to be alone. Adam was just like iDubbbz, pretty much devilish. Pretty much. Must have been good pussy. She was the OG pussy, okay? She was the OG pussy, okay? There's everything else below that is derivative. She had the folds of gold. If I could start a quick business, I would give a work. Yeah, I know that, Iconic, but don't worry. I've got plans, and I need to do them slowly and methodically because I'd prefer to come here with, go to the US with my dogs instead of having to put them down and shit like that. But okay, Hassan's lying on stream. Also, water's wet and the sun rises in the morning. More at 11. Am I fucking surprised? Okay, what's the other Asmin Gold clip you fucking animals sent me?
What's happening?
If we read biblical law, Lilith was the original, but she fucked off to bang Lucifer and shit. Lilith was probably less a woman because she seems like less of a demon than Eve was. She seemed... okay, Lilith you can't classify as a woman. Because after all the shit that happened to her, she was probably just a man with a pussy. She was Adam's femboy face.
What's happening is that Hassan got named. Yesterday, 2 Israeli diplomats were killed. This is the guy that did the...
Was this guy like a Hassan fan? If Hassan got... Is Hassan going to prison?
Shooting, I believe that's him. There he is again. And there he is. So this is him talking right here. So he...
Okay, so I've heard about the shooting. I've heard that some fucking guy showed up and I think he shot 2 people, a man and a woman, and then he started screeching "Free Palestine." But that's about all I know because this was me skimming through Twitter. This guy looks like Hamas Piker from Alibaba. I don't know, he seems like Hassan Piker, he just follows through. Where all Hassan does is sit in a room all day and talk about how he would do shit that he never does.
Shot and killed 2 people.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
But all of us need to...
My favorite thing about seeing retards like that is you can always tell that they don't have an original thought going through their head. Because they just screech out slogans. Have you noticed that? It's never a case of let me yell out something original. It's always a case of I'm gonna yell the slogan everyone's been yelling for centuries. God, I'm so original. NPCs that break from the latest talking point update. Yeah, pretty much. It's like, I don't know if you've seen this, right? I've been looking at a lot of the news coverage of obviously the president of my country getting fucking styled on by Trump, which was hilarious, right? Where like every single news agency is using the word ambush now. Like, you know, showing proof is ambushing, which is fucking hilarious.
Call it out. I'm thinking about the...
Wait, hold on. Did this turn off?
New York Times doing a gauzy...
God damn it. What the fuck?
...profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hassan Piker, who regularly employs...
Gamer? Has Hassan Piker ever played a video game in his fucking life? The only thing he's gaming is the fucking system. How the fuck does he... How does he get labeled the gamer? God damn it. Motherfucker. You know how I feel right now? Do you know how I feel right now?
Bobby, wait. We'll go back inside and apologize. You can still play this one.
What are you talking about? This was it. What do you think I've been working the past 10 years of my life for? I was going to be the youngest world champ in the history of the game. That's over now. They stole it from me, Carmine. They took it. That was today! Today!
That's how I feel. Yes, Guild Wars 2 later. What's up, memories? That's how I feel. They took that from me. They took it from me. That's how every single gamer feels right now. Watching Hassan get the fucking label. God damn it. Trust me, I understand, but the blatant "it's not happening" was hilarious. Oh, dude, I've got something like, okay, so I left a comment on one of Asmin Gold's clips of him reacting to what Trump said. If I got to have a conversation with him about the history of my country and give like an actual take, right, that's not fucking retarded or like one of the extremes of one or the other, right, I want to show him how much of a big fucking lie that was that he said it's not happening, when there's literally evidence of that president saying we're going to commit this genocide as slowly as possible so as not to raise alarms and so no one thinks it's a genocide. And every time like the media is alerted, we'll just slow down. And then when no one's looking, we'll speed up a little bit. He actually said that. That's the current president of my country said that.
Awful genocidal rhetoric. Like, extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly. But
it gets better. This was from April 2025. Twitch needs to stop making decisions based on
April 2000. Okay, so okay, that's not too long ago. That's not too long ago.
Off of their radical, politically motivated moderation team, because eventually there's going to be a lack of moderation for something that's really bad. Like some sort of like really bad, like somebody gets killed, like kind of like the Luigi thing, but like maybe a little bit worse than that. It's like political. And if you have people on Twitch that are supporting this, theoretically, every single advertiser is going to leave.
He's just the best news source. Asmin Gold is unironically becoming the best news source on planet Earth. How fucking ridiculous is that? The WoW streamer is literally a more fair and balanced news source than any fucking news outlet on the planet. Fuck, we live in clown world. And I want to honk my nose. Goddamn, Jesus Christ.
The platform, and it is going to be an instantaneous apocalypse situation. I said this shit was going to happen. I told them this was going to happen. Like, if I was Amazon and I found out this was happening, I would fire everybody at leadership at Twitch. By Twitch allowing this rhetoric on the platform, they open themselves up to the accusations that, and again, this is people that are openly promoting terrorist organizations.
I believe what the Houthis are doing is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down.
Right, let's give them a peace prize. Let's give them a peace prize.
I think they deserve it.
I actually think this could be it. I think that a lot of people are massively downplaying how big of a deal it is. You have a named person that is being connected to an active terror attack who has a history of supporting terrorist organizations.
Of this gamer, Hassan Piker.
You know what the problem is, right? With that guy calling out Hassan. Hassan watched that clip and got the biggest fucking erection in the world watching that. Because now he gets to eternally play the victim. Right? He gets to be like, look how they're persecuting little me. Does Hassan even do games? No, I've literally never seen that man play a game in his life. Right? I don't think he's ever played a video game. The only thing he does is play with prostitutes and terrorists. So... like, no, I don't think he's ever touched a game in his life. Except the game called Hide the Armenian Genocide. He has played that one.
This is really, really fucking bad. Extremely fucking bad.
Jesus. Okay. I have to say something, right? There is going to be another Twitch adpocalypse. Now, understand that there's already been a Twitch adpocalypse and everyone's revenue has collapsed. This will be the killing blow. This will take all advertisers off the platform, right? Unless Twitch gets rid of him. And Twitch is so, politically captured on the inside by the staff members that they'll never get rid of Hassan, right? You know what? That's a good idea, Childo. We'll do that quick. Why not? Hey, Bonzi buddy. Has Nepo baby Hassan Piker ever played any games on Twitch? It's a good catch, Sheldon. I'm not Budsy Buddy, I'm the... Okay, as for Hassan Piker, yeah, he's dipped his toes into gaming on Twitch, though it's not his main gig. He's mostly known for political commentary, just chatting, blah, 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 among us. Because, of course, you want to hide the terrorist amongst the normal people. Cyberpunk 2077, Valorant, Elden Ring, Pokemon Arceus, God of War. Okay, so he will play a game if someone's paying him money to do it. The ultimate capitalist. What did I say? Good night, Banatu. Go get some sleep. I promise the VOD's there in the morning. Your life is more valuable than whatever the fuck I'm doing, okay? I'm just going through random shit right now. Especially since I figured out co-streaming. What the fuck is this? What is this? Oh, okay. I'm going to save this. Iconic. I'm not going to show this now because I want to do an entire full stream on all the shit about my country because there's such retarded shit. And I can tell already that fucking Whoopi Goldberg is borderline retarded and doesn't know a goddamn thing and is probably saying, no, but it's a good thing that white people are getting butchered and killed. I don't even need to see the clip to know that she's making excuses for it. Co-streaming is the future. Don't fucking say that. I'll put a gun in my mouth right now, Devilus. Wait, you didn't release the rest of it. Don't worry, I'll release the rest of it into your mouth. Hold on. What do you mean? View co-host weigh in and question if confrontations will cause other world leaders to turn down a White House invite. Huh? Oh, do you mean Grok? Shit, I closed that already. I only read the first bit. I'm sorry, it's difficult to read things about Hassan. It's pretty amazing. Because you gotta remember, I'm reacting to things the way he would. If Twitch dies, are you gonna stream to Kick as a replacement for Twitch? Probably, but I'll probably just switch over straight to Rumble. If Kick wants to pay me a bunch of money and give me a green card to the US, I will personally go live in P. Diddy's mansion for them and use up all the baby oil. I'll drink it for them live on stream. That's my offer. Take it or leave it. What games does Hassan Piker play on stream? Let's see if it gives me the same answer. What Agams? Of course, because I can't fucking spell. Valorant, Elden Ring, blah, 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 Among Us, thingy. Expressed interest in growing his gaming audience, but struggles to maintain viewership when gaming compared to his political content, which often pulls 40k viewers. In 2023, he noted a goal to increase his gaming viewership, but felt he was not succeeding. Yeah, because he's boring as fuck. Citing games like Valorant as challenging to break into. Yeah, because he sucks. He sucks at them and he can't be entertaining with them. He tends to favor story-driven single-player games where he can be funny and engage with the... I've yet to see fucking Hassan ever be funny. I've seen him be butt-mad a lot, which is funny, but I've never seen him be entertaining. Comprehensive list, Twitch, community suggestions, games you should play, including this, blah, blah, blah. Minecraft and Broforce for collabs. Yeah, no, I'm not. Of course he struggles with gaming. You gotta remember, people came there for him to screech communism, right? They didn't come there to see him play a video game and do something entertaining with it. That would be way too difficult. He likes to sit there in the sorry, that's wrong. He likes to go sit in another room in his house while his chair watches a documentary. That's his like main form of content. No, she legit says, I have friends in SA and there's no genocide happening because they told me so. That's such a fucking joke. And you see, but that's why I want to keep that for a big stream where I talk about all of this. Iconic, because I can tell you now why that's such bullshit, but I should save it for an entire huge stream where I just focus on that topic once and for all, do it all together in one piece, and then I move on. Because I want to do it once and then move on. Because otherwise it gets boring and naggy and like I'm sitting here going, oh, it's so bad. Oh. And, you know, I start playing in the arms of the angel and start asking for donations. And then some white woman comes on screen and goes, for just $5 a day, you can put a bullet in the back of a white farmer's head. You know, something like that. I'll do a one and done.
This guy couldn't afford a real treadmill, so he invented his own. He made it by scraping off a thin layer of grass and adding water to make it slippery. And to speed up walking, he frequently adds more water from a tap he installed, which also serves as a handlebar. What would you call this construction? This guy couldn't...
I would call this retarded. You're telling me he's got a bar here. He's got a bunch of wooden shit in the background. He's got all the resources he needs to take two wheels, put a pin joint through them, put some slats on top of it, and make an actual treadmill. He can afford to waste all that water to have an actual... Yeah, exactly. He's fucking wasting water. This is just like this is a get people to watch this and get retards in the comments to be like, wow, so innovative. You go, brown man. You run in the mud. And then they start like, you know, playing like African music in their head. Racially insensitive music, and they think it's like, you know, adding to it, but it's really just offensive. It's like that one song by Beyonce, I think it was, the Saminamina Ue Waka Waka, Time for Africa. That's not a language. She's just saying random shit. She's just saying fucking words. That's the one, Shakira. There's no words she's saying. She's just fucking making noises. What are you doing for the OTK? I'm co-streaming it, basically, Sploof, which I discovered is just reacting to it live, which is fucking retarded. I've been had. I've been bamboozled. I've been graped, as the YouTubers would say. Right. Okay. I want to play some Guild Wars 2. So what's going to happen now is I'm going to take a quick piss. We're going to watch this video. And then I'm going to carry on with Guild Wars 2. I'll probably get like an hour or two.
I could innovate that guy's marriage. Just tell his wife to meet me down at the Marriott in room 212. After the first 2 inches, I got another 5 she can experience for the first time in her life.
Okay. I'm going to be right back. I'll see you now. Oh my god. Oh, that's better. Oh, that's better. Right. Ah, damn. My monster's finished. It's not a good sign. Vibe coded or ChatGPT 4 prompt. The AI unfortunately will limit your song requests to something PG. Not because I want it that way, but because it's just coded that way. It'll tell you to fuck off. Unfortunately. Now, let's get some background here about the SKG movement. Right? Let's start here. When it came to stop killing games. There's a man you may know. You may know his stance on this is smug contrarianism. Start killing gooners. Hey, SKG, SKG. Stop killing games, start killing gooners. Right, so, Mr. Smug Contrarianism here, who if he just stuck to the like the good solid life advice, good job advice, and programming games and shit, if he just stuck to that, he would do so well. He would do so fucking well. But he keeps doing the smug contrarianism thing because it works. 1.1 million views on his smug contrarianism. Guess what he also did? Guess what he did? And it turned out he was dead fucking wrong. 1.1 million views on there being no adpocalypse. He went out of his way to say, there's not an adpocalypse. That's not happening. And guess what it did? So whenever he does the smug contrarianism, it makes him a bunch of fucking money. So either he's a genius, or he actually is so far up his own asshole that he's confused the carrot that's stuck up there for a spine. If he was a real programmer, he would have finished Heartbound already. Maybe he's just a lazy programmer. Fuck it, I can program, but I'm lazy as fuck, dude. I'm just not going to sit here and pretend like I'm an expert. I'm lazy. I'm a lazy bitch. I still love that SKG said let the government decide on how SKG would work. Yeah, no, that was dumb as fuck. Now, that's the other side of the equation, is the guy behind the Stop Killing Games movement, right, said, on the other hand of things, we're just going to build this movement and then it's going to move into these legal systems and then everything's going to be fine and unicorns are going to descend from heaven and suck all of our cocks. And I'm sitting there thinking the second anyone above the age of 35 reads any of the bullshit in this SKG shit, they're not going to know what the fuck's going on. They're still trying to figure out why their pager doesn't work in 2025. No one's going to take it seriously, and all the companies who don't like SKG are just going to bribe these bitches.
Here's an industry plant. If Pirate Roachware was a real programmer, he would finish Heartbound already. Like goddamn Duke Nukem, forever saw a 1-0 release date faster than his game ever will. Star Citizen might actually come out fully completed.
Maybe. I don't know anything about his gaming skills, so I'm not going to criticize or comment on it, right? Maybe he keeps on adding features. Maybe he's going through scope creep. Who the fuck knows? Maybe, on the other end of things, Heartbound isn't actually a game. It's just an elaborate way for him to continue to stream and look like a programmer and build an entire niche audience of gaming programmers who are looking for it. And then, like, but you know, who knows? Who knows? I don't fucking know. There's a free demo for his game, right? So that's the thing, is I don't know. I have zero information on that, so I can't criticize him on it, and I can't compliment him on it. Right? I don't fucking know. So let's see what Josh Strife Hayes has to say about this. I'm very interested to see his opinion on this. Is he going to get called a used car salesman as well?
Video games are great. We all like them. We all want to play them. And, importantly, I'm trying to sit as still as I possibly can so the DVD logo doesn't go around anywhere. More importantly, we all want to be able to keep playing them even after companies have stopped support for the game.
Yes.
Now, one of the Tony Hawk's games is a great example of this. I'll see if I can explain this a bit later on.
Tony Hawk Pro Skater 4? Or was it Pro Skater 2?
But who in the chat has heard of videographic games? Video games for short. Vid games to us game heads. That's what.
And to the real human beings with a soul, a vidya. With a Y.
What we call ourselves as gamer fans. Now, call me old-fashioned, but when you buy a video game, I like to be able to put the game into my games console and or PC, and the game plays.
Okay, I'm going to say this again. I've explained this before, right? I did not appreciate this enough as a child. The idea of when you buy the disc, you put it in, and that's the whole video game. I took it for granted because I lived in a household where sometimes my dad would walk in, eject a disc, and just snap it in front of me for like the shit I did wrong. And sometimes for the shit I didn't do wrong. And so I very quickly developed a defense mechanism of not caring, of not being attached to physical objects. Because I figured at any point in time it's just going to disappear. And that nothing is permanent. Now, looking back, I now understand the value of all the boomers with their fucking DVD cases sitting on the walls and the shelves and shit. And this hurts to say, but the boomers were right. The boomers were goddamn right. Do you know how many feature-length things are lost to time? And sitting somewhere on an 80-year-old man's shelf is like the deleted scenes of Finding Nemo. And you will never see that. You will never see any of those extra animations, all the different ideas, the concepts, the interviews, the work behind it, because it's all locked away on a DVD that you're never going to see. Same thing for video games. There is a bunch of insanely beautiful and crazy good video games that are lost to time and will continue to be lost to time because we don't have physical storage.
I know, it's an archaic, insane thought. But I've still got a Sega Master System, one of the original Sega Master Systems.
Lucky
on the
bastard.
top of the IKEA Kallax unit over there.
You see that right there? I'm jealous of this motherfucker because my mom gave my original PlayStation away to a cancer patient. And I never saw it again. And I'm still fucking mad about it. Because he died. He didn't need it. He died. I needed my system back. And I never got it back.
Stick a cartridge in. It plays the game. Oh yeah, classic stuff. I've still got a PlayStation 1. You put a disc in, it plays the game. If you haven't watched the Kadikarus PlayStation 1 cheat video by now, you should go and watch the Kadikarus PlayStation 1 cheat video. It's fantastic. However, imagine that a video game company required you to connect to an online server to play a single-player game.
Yes, Nintendo.
Just imagine. It's insane, I know, but The Sims did it. And then imagine that in the future, that server hosted by that company goes down.
Yes, Nintendo. All of this just sounds like Nintendo in the future, EA in the present.
Your single-player game is now unplayable. Even if you have the data on the disc.
So you see, he's one step behind because Nintendo has said that if you break their TOS on the Switch 2, they will brick your entire console. So he's one step behind. The business model for the companies is 5 steps ahead.
Even if you put the disc into a PC or a games console, you can now no longer play that game. The question is, why? Now, a good example of this is one of the Tony Hawk's games, and you'll have to correct me on the exact one.
You know what's really interesting that people tend to forget?
The new generations will not understand what it was like to have a physical map of GTA Rosem Hug.
No, they never will. They never will, Keith. They'll never understand. You know what? Actually, I found it the other day, right? I was digging through a fucking trash pile of all the shit I got to clear out of my garage, right? I'm going to go find it right now. I'm going to show you something magical that you will never understand the true joy of. I'm going to be right back. None of you understand the majesty, the joy, the pure, unfiltered nostalgia I had when I found this. The fucking Diablo 2 book. It was amazing. God, this brought back so many memories. All the monsters are in here. The guides, the fucking... And I kept this thing fucking pristine. And the worst part... Like, here's the thing. Is the only damage there is to this book is the corners from me flipping through it. Pristine. And there is nothing that will bring you the joy of having some shit like this and playing the game at the same time. I still have the Guild Wars 1 book. Somewhere downstairs, I still have the original black and white 1 with its cover, and black and white 2 in its cover with the guidebook talking about how much of a leap forward the AI programming was for the creatures in that game. It's somewhere downstairs under a pile of shit. And you will not know, like, there's no one under the age of like 22 who's gonna understand the pure, unadulterated joy of having something like that happen. I also used to have a lot of collector's edition boxes and guidebooks, Sasha. Unfortunately, when I moved houses, I lost a bunch of shit because my country is full of fucking thieves. And they stole like 4 boxes of my goddamn martial arts medals. They stole my black belt. They stole my original first Dan black belt that I got when I became a first Dan in judoka, like a first Dan judoka. They stole some of my certificates and shit. And it pissed me the fuck off. And if I lived in any other country, that wouldn't have happened. What the fuck is this? This is a GitHub. Is this Dibbles? This looks like, yeah, this is Dibbles. Let's save that for later.
That it was like Tony Hawk's Underground 2, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 or 5 or something like that. It was one of the Tony Hawk's games specifically. The physical disc that was printed for that Tony Hawk's game only actually contained, I believe it was the first level of the game within data on the disc. Mm-hmm. And what the disc then did was allow you to download the rest of the game from the online server. And this was done because the DVD logo is really distracting. This was done because the company wasn't able to print all of the data onto the discs at the right time. You'll have to work out exactly which Tony Hawk's game it is, but they printed the first level on, and then they gave you the authority to download Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5.
Tony Hawk Tour. This man needs to be deep fried in semen. Fuck this guy. Oh, it's Pro Skater 5. I thought it was 4.
Thank you. They gave you the ability to download the rest of the data from the server the disk would connect you to. However, a couple of years later, that server went down.
Yep.
That server is no longer maintained. The data is no longer accessible. So if you purchase that CD, you get the first level of the game and then nothing else.
Yep.
Because you physically can't get it. The data's not there. The game is now effectively killed. Now, it doesn't matter whether it's a good or a bad game. The point is, you no longer have access to it. Even though you...
Which is why emulation is so important. This is exactly why emulation needs to be like a protected service that no one's allowed to fuck with. And it should be literally signed into law somewhere that if you do not offer the game, if people cannot play it in its original state, it should be perfectly legal to emulate it, and you are not allowed to bitch about it because fuck you. That's what it should be.
Purchase the CD, which effectively is just a right to download the data to play the game. $50 for one level. It's dumb. Now, what Ross would like to propose with his Stop Killing Games initiative is, once companies... Ubisoft here, I will bury you in the microtransaction. Yeah, they will. They absolutely will.
Yes.
What Ross would like to propose is, once a video game is no longer supported by the company that makes it and is no longer actively generating revenue for the company that owns the rights to it, Ross does not want the rights to it. He doesn't want the copyright to be able to, sell versions of the game. All he would like is for the game to still be accessible to people who want to play it. That's pretty much it. The game becomes freeware, if you will.
Yes.
It's not...
Which is a fair thing for it to become, right? It's the same as that whole copyright thing where once it's lapsed a certain amount of years and shit, right? It loses its ownership and then anyone could use it. So that's why anyone can make a Sherlock Holmes thing, or anyone can make like a Victor Frankenstein, and that's why you see the repetition of all those stories, because the IP on that kind of shit has lapsed, right? The same needs to happen with video games, but at an accelerated rate, right? Where it's a fuck you, you don't offer this, so you don't get to do anything, right? You don't get to be a whiny little bitch who takes someone to court because they're giving people what they want when you won't. Nintendo updates copyright every year to make sure it never lapses. Yes, but this is what I'm saying, Chelde, is it shouldn't be related to the copyright IP. It should be related to the game itself, right? So if you wanted to, let's say the very first Super Mario Bros. Became completely unpurchasable, completely unmaintained. You couldn't get it off of any service that is offered by Nintendo at all. It should immediately lapse into the state. And even if they then re-offer it later, you should be able to say, well, fuck you, you let it lapse, and it's in the free space, the free public space forever, right? It should be game dependent, not copyright dependent.
Taking away ownership from the original company. It's not taking away copyright. It's not taking away trademark. It's simply saying, hey guys, we're not actively making money from this video game anymore, and yet we've made it as a piece of art. Therefore...
You'd also, actually, you know what, you'd also need a caveat so that when they do that thing that we know Nintendo's going to do, where when it comes to online service games, they'll run the entire server off of one Raspberry Pi and say, well, technically, we're still offering the game, right? There needs to be a standard of measurement that the game is still accessible, playable, and usable, And then on top of that, for single-player offline games, there needs to be a standard set where it's like, okay, Nintendo, you can't just sell Super Mario Bros. 1 for $25,000, right? Because Nintendo's argument would be, well, technically, we still offer the game. It's just $25,000 for one copy, right? So there needs to be like a standard of fairness to that.
We want you to be able to experience the art. So here's the stuff you need to do that. Now, the problem with that is, are you passing on copyright when you do that? Effectively, a library of video games. That's what it would be. Because you go to a library and you have access to all the books in the world that you need access to. You take the book away, you enjoy it, you give it back. You don't own it. You just...
See, that's what I mean. Right? It needs to be game dependent, not copyright, IP dependent.
Have access to it. Imagine if a company was printing books, and when they stopped selling that book, because they could no longer make money off it, they went around and found every copy of the book that exists and takes them back. Because you're not allowed to have them. They're not making money off them anymore. They take them away. That's pretty much what it is. In this example, who is paying to host the server and will allow downloads after making no profit? That is a very good question. And the answer is potentially a video game focused charity. Or you allow people to have access to the software to host that themselves. Effectively an archive.org thing for video games. Stop Killing Games has a UK petition. Did you sign it? I absolutely did. I am 100% behind it.
Oh no. Oh no. Pirate's gonna label Josh Strife Hayes a used car salesman now. Oh no, how terrible.
Now here's the problem. This is why it's not super simple. Lawyers get involved, and lawyers say something such as, well, we can't give the source code to the video game away. It might contain industry secrets. We can't give the source code. The DVD logo is killing your attention span. Well, that can go over there then in the top right corner.
Damn, I was locked in on that DVD logo. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was watching that thing bounce around his head like he was an Indian woman trying to dodge getting raped in the streets.
The lawyers got involved, and you can't just give people access to the source code because they then might kind of decompile it. They might use ways to take information from it. There's going to be industry secrets within there. So how do we do that? How do we give access to video games without getting on the wrong side of the law? And that's what it is. Here's an example of a game that I specifically bought because of this. I believe it's Warcraft 3. Now I have...
Oh my god, he's such a genius for buying that, because you can't get the original game through Blizzard anymore, because if you connect it online to any server, it auto upgrades that shit. And it's so fucking annoying because it fucking ruins what it was. Oh my god, it's irritating.
No real love. I have no real love for Blizzard one way or the other, but I quite enjoy the video game Warcraft 3. I paid £2 from the English.
Warcraft 3 was such a banger, by the way. The OG Warcraft 3 all the way up to the Arthur story where Illidan's fighting him was such a fucking banger of a story.
Secondhand shop CEX.
By the way, it's quite literally canon in the lore that the only reason Arthas won against Illidan was because Illidan was arrogant enough to not take him seriously. Illidan thought, like, this is easy work. And then Arthas fucking styled on him.
Does anyone remember the Warcraft 3 debacle when they changed it to Warcraft 3 kind of reforged or remastered or whatever they ended up calling it? I think it was reforged, wasn't it? If you had Warcraft, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, if you had Warcraft 3 installed on your PC, even if you had it installed from a CD, yes, because you were connected to Battle.net, they force updated your version of Warcraft 3 to reforge.
The dog shit, we hired a third world country to remake the fucking thing because we're too busy sucking all the breast milk out of Susan's tits in the office. Yes. Yes. Auto update. You needed to actually disconnect it and make sure that it couldn't contact or talk to a server or anything to play that game. The more I learn about Arthas, the more I believe he did nothing wrong. Arthas quite literally did nothing wrong. Right? That is an actual thing. Right? Because during the culling of Stratholme, Uther told Arthas to do nothing, and he did it wrong. So, Arthas did do one thing wrong, right? He made one mistake. And it's not that he thought killing all the people in Stratholme, that wasn't the mistake. What he should have done was he should have gone back to the city of Dalaran, right? And he should have asked the mages to be like, we need a mage nuke right now. Every fucking bomb you've got, we're going to nuke this fucking place off the face of the earth. And if he had done that, he would have fucked up everyone's plans. And he would have still been the king of Lordaeron. That was his big mistake. It wasn't that he genocided the people of Stratholme. It's that he didn't genocide them hard enough. Also, canonically, he did clap Jaina's cheeks. He did smash Puss when he was younger. And then they had like a little bit of a falling out, but they still had like a thing for each other. It's in the books.
Forged. Was that correct? They effectively said, right, we're going to update it from this to this. It has to be like this. What that means is the data on this disk is different to the data that you would get if you purchased Warcraft 3 directly from Blizzard.
But hold on. Isn't Icecrown or the Sword Mine controlling him? That's the soul of Ner'zhul that was inside of the Helm of Domination, right? And the sword was slowly corrupting him over time. So Frostmourne was fucking with him and driving him towards Ner'zhul, who had now connected with him psychically. But this is the thing you've got to register about Arthas, right? By the time he sat down on the frozen throne, he had actually fucked up Ner'zhul. He had fucked Ner'zhul's soul into the dust, right? And made him worthless. There was only Arthas left by the time he was sitting there, right? Also, I don't consider the Jailer, I don't consider Robo-Boy Jailer canon, because everything after Wrath of the Lich King is not canon to me. All of that was bullshit, right? All of that's horseshit. Shadowlands not canon, Cataclysm not canon. It ends with the Frozen Throne. That was the pinnacle. That whole, you know, the whole Sylvanas arc, which is like, I would never serve, and then proceeds to serve. What is she, a fucking liberal bitch that went and worked at a McDonald's after getting her degree? What horse shit. What a horse shit story that was. Literally, Sylvanas' end should have been the tragic end that it was at the end of Icecrown, where she just throws herself off the fucking edge because she realizes that everything she'd built her life around was worth nothing. But no, we gotta bring back the undead pussy, because it keeps the simps around. Fucking terrible. Terrible, terrible. They had the perfect ending for her and they fucked it up.
That is why I bought this disc. I would like to have access to the original version of the game that I remembered playing as a child.
Yes.
This game has good memories to me.
The good version.
Don't want to play their reforged version. I want to have the original graphics, the original sound, all of the original UI elements and UI designs, all the original resolutions. I want this. The important thing about that to me is video games have history and they have memories connected to them for when you played them. So we don't want companies to give us the rights to games. We just want the ability to play the games as we remembered.
Absolutely.
You have installed it from the CD right now. It doesn't update. You actually need a workaround to update it to reforge. Okay, gotcha. I like that. That's good.
I don't know how true that is, because I lost my Warcraft 3 CDs. Actually, that's not accurate. They got stolen from me. But I don't know how true that statement is. I hope it's true.
So the Stop Killing Games initiative is effectively saying, hey, if you've put time and effort and energy into making this video game, once you're done with it, maybe don't just throw it away because it no longer has value to you. Because to the gamers and to the people that played it as a kid, it does still have value. Whether it's emotional, whether it's artistic, it has a level of value. Josh, you're watching two moles fight in a hole. You got to do better than that. No, I can't. Where are you watching it? We're all going to watch it. Hun, you've just said you're watching two moles fight in a hole. Are you talking Twitch, or are we coming to your house right now? Where are we going with this? You can't just say something like that and then leave. You can't just tell me the most entertaining thing is happening.
I think I've seen that porno that he's talking about.
And then just say, and I've got to compete with that. I don't want to compete with that. I want to join you. Where are we? Where are we going? Field trip to your house. Let's do this. Now, I think what pulled Ross into this was Ross likes a video game called The Crew. And The Crew is like an online car driving game.
Where is it? Actually, Russ is just a used car salesman, so no one should believe him ever. Sorry, just had to make that correction quick.
Online car racing game. Imagine Burnout 3, but in like a massively multiplayer, open world kind of thing. You guys, you've probably played The Crew. If you haven't, you should go and watch Ross's Game Dungeon video on The Crew. Well, what then happened was Ross said to a lot of his viewers, hey, if you want to play The Crew with me, just get a copy of The Crew, we can play online. So people did that, and then the servers all shut down. And suddenly people that had paid for a copy of The Crew could no longer access it. And this is because the legal wording of the purchase of The Crew was, you're not paying for a game, you're paying for the temporary right to access the data that makes up the game that can be removed at any time. Which,
see, that's the kind of legal fuckery that should be illegal. That should be against consumer, like anyone with any country with a CPA. So like a Consumer Protection Act should look at that and decide to fuck those companies into the dirt for doing that. And they should be able to do it retroactively.
Sucks. Completely sucks. You're watching it on Instagram, your brother sent it to me. Well, have him send it to me. So Ross got kind of pissed off that people that had spent money on The Crew could no longer access The Crew. And then he decided to start the Stop Killing Games initiative. The Stop Killing Games initiative is the idea that once a company is done with a video game, they should have a...
Steam does it. You don't own anything on Steam. Yeah, I know, and that's pretty concerning, right, Ashura? The biggest concern with Steam isn't Steam currently, because Gaben is video game Jesus currently. The big concern is what happens when Gaben dies, right? What happens when he dies? Who takes over Steam? Can we trust that guy? Remember, Tolkien refused to sign over the rights of the IP to the Lord of the Rings, and all it took was a little bit of finagling by Amazon, and we got the Rings of Power. We got Lord Demrangs. All it took was just a little bit of finagling of one of the descendants of Tolkien. So what happens to Steam when he's gone, huh? If buying games isn't owning, then pirating isn't thievery. I agree. Imagine you steal something, but the thing you stole is right where it was in the morning. I'll make every shitty argument about that, Sarah. I'm right there with you. Yeah, and he's fat so he can get a heart attack at any time. That's the problem. As we give them money, if it's good, it's my thoughts. Hold on. We use Steam because it's convenient and better than anything else. I'm okay with leaving it for good old games. Oh, it's Galaxy of Games now, isn't it? If Steam fucks us. Yeah, so am I. And I hope it never happens. I hope that Steam is able to maintain itself beyond the death of Gaben. But I have no faith in any system not becoming corrupt and fucked up at some point.
Level of responsibility to set it up in a way that is still playable by the players and the consumers in the future. Yeah, it's like that everywhere. You will own nothing and be happy. You are not paying for access to the video game data anymore. You're paying for a temporary access to it that can be rescinded at any time. Ross said that these games need an expiration date. Yeah, that could work. That could absolutely work as well. Having an
The problem with an expiration date is that what companies will immediately do is they'll say, okay, this expires the day after you purchase it, but as a courtesy, we'll keep it going beyond that. Do you see the legal finagling that you can get around this shit with?
Expiration date works too. Saying, hey, if you buy this, you're going to gain access to it for this long. How would that work with the crew? Well, if you require a server to set up, I imagine it would work.
That's illegal. So was Epstein Island, but that shit was going for years, wasn't it?
The same way that playing Command & Conquer Red Alert with a friend would be. You can host your own server and simply play a game.
Imagine saying that, Shielde. Imagine saying that's illegal to a bunch of fucking boomers who are so old that they watched God create the universe for the first time. Right? Imagine saying that to a bunch of old fucking wrinkly skeletons who've just had their 6th dose of baby blood. They look like the fucking God Emperor on the throne, staring into the abyss with just a skull that's somehow sentient, keeping back the psychic waves of logic and sensibility. And all these old fucks are thinking is, how do I access my email? That's the only thought that's going through their head. And that's the person you want to tell, hey, it's illegal what's happening in this complex video game thing. Maybe we should do something about it. And they're like, shut the fuck up. How does a webcam work?
With them if you want to. It might not be a massively multiplayer server unless some rich benefactor or charity somewhere decides to host a permanent server for it. In the same way that Neverwinter Nights still has permanent ongoing servers, and I can still use LogMe and Hamachi to port forward and play with people that I want to across the by simulating a LAN connection. There's ways to do it. Hosting a server is something many people already do.
Yep.
Is piracy...
Because you have to.
Right. I'll tell you the one time. Games like PT... Remember when PT, the trailer, was kind of created and you could play that PT version and people downloaded it to their PlayStations? And now a PlayStation with the PT trailer on it is worth so much money because you want access to that data. The same thing with Flappy Bird if you want that kind of stuff. PT being taken down was a real shame.
Oh man, Flappy Bird. Oh God. You know, some fucking wild shit keeps happening with games, and it doesn't get better. It just gets worse over time. We just find more things to spend more money on because we can't keep things fucking preserved. Fuck, video games are like a fucking banana in the back of the fridge, and it's just turned yellow, so you know you've got 10 minutes before it turns black.
Because most people will not be able to play that now. But I think that the playable teaser trailer, the fact that Josh, the mole video is sent to you, you can watch it. Oh, hell yeah. Hang on, guys. No, we'll get back to this. If it's on Instagram, I'm on Instagram. You can message me on Instagram. That's fine. Hang on.
God damn it, Josh. And
I'm checking my phone. I'm not seeing anything.
That's the most watched piece.
I'm not. You've lied to me. Oh, hang on. No, it's a message request. Sent a reel. Oh, hell yeah. There we go. Oh, this is brilliant. Oh, it's porn.
They sent him porn.
Got it. This is
it's like
excellent.
buying a house in China. Technically, you're not buying your house, but a 70-year contract that you have to renew if you want to continue living there.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Except you forgot the part where you say this is fucking bullshit to the developer, and then you get reported to the CCP, and they lock your feet in a chamber, and they smack you with a bamboo rod every day until you recant, and when you do recant, then they move you off to the other camp where they harvest your organs. But at least you die free of sin.
This is peak Twitch.
You know, if you close your eyes, it does actually still sound like porn.
What should do? Can you relocate them?
That was excellent. So, Josh, what do you do for a job? Well, yesterday I watched 2 moles shagging with 1,000 people, just chatting. To be honest, it was great. This is why it's difficult to explain what Twitch streaming is. When people are like, so Josh, what do you do on stream?
Imagine trying to, like, explain to an accountant where your money comes from. I have to try and do that now. They're like, where did this $50 come from? I'm like, well, I was online, you see, and I was talking about rape and the benefits of it.
Stream. Don't ask questions. You don't want to know that. You don't need that data. That's not important for you. Why do the viewers suddenly increase? Let's see, I know the Twitch meta.
You all shit on Twitch while streaming on. Absolutely, Faith. Can you truly call yourself a Twitch streamer if you aren't a hypocrite? Right? But think about it this way. You should shit on Twitch. Especially if you want streaming to succeed. Right? The same way, if you love Guild Wars 2, you should shit on Guild Wars 2 and the bad things it does, so they hopefully fix the bad things. Right? Same thing with Twitch. Right? I will shit on Twitch, and if they do something good, I'll be happy about it. But they do deserve to be shit on. Because Twitch is not about the background systems. It's about the actual people who do shit. Like Josh here. Right? You didn't come to Twitch because you care about some fucking loser in a back room who's running Twitch. You care about whatever fucking streamer you're watching. Or you just come here to mock me and call me a fat electrician, apparently. Twitch doesn't give two shits who says what. Yes, they don't. They actually don't. And kind of in a beautiful way, that's a good thing. You know what Twitch's rules for freedom of speech should be? They should be the same as the US Constitution. Or, on the other end of things, if they're going to start limiting speech, limit all speech. The fat electrician is a YouTuber. God damn it. Of course. I thought so. Of course. I don't get complimented like that. I understand. But like, you can use the system and you can still criticize it. And generally speaking, the lowest bar of, oh, you use this, but you criticize it, right? That's the same as people being like, I'm criticizing my country because I want it to be better. And then some fucking moron coming along like, oh, you're criticizing your country. Why don't you just fucking move then? Right? It's like, well, maybe because I want my country to be better. Now, for me personally, I don't give a fuck anymore. I've tried. I gave it my best go. I had hope. I had faith. Now, it's time to get the fuck out and live somewhere where I would like to be. I changed my mind.
The Twitch meta is to sit here talking about two moles having a fight. Or were they having sex? Who knows? Little column A, little column B. Get swole, watch a mole.
But no, think about this. Seriously, Faith. Think about how amazing Twitch could actually be, right? Now you've got me on a tangent here. But think how amazing Twitch has the fucking potential to be. And all it needs is a few competent people who aren't a bunch of shit-eating retards who take political stances instead of making business decisions that are good for the viewer. Right? Think about that. Think if Dan Clancy, for 5 seconds, could stop jacking off to fucking barely legal girls on Twitch, he could make this site, he could make streaming on Twitch a fucking utopia. But instead, he's got his dick in his hands and he's blasting cum at his phone screen. Right? Think about how dumb all this shit is. This political stuff. Okay, sure, fine. Let Hassan go and interview terrorists and shit. But then don't ban Tectone because he called Frogan a fat wobbly bitch. Because all he did was state a fact. Right? You can have it both ways, but then don't lean one way or the other. Let it happen. Just bite the pillow and let it go in dry. Or just don't let it in at all. One or the other. But this place, I'm not kidding, Twitch could actually be a fucking utopia. It could be the best streaming platform. It could be top tier. They could be innovating, making new features, actually consulting with big streamers like Josh Strife Hayes or Asmin Gold or whatever the fuck. Ask him, yo, what are the best features that we can put on the site? How can we bring advertisers here? You know what the dumbest part about Twitch advertising is? It plays a full screen fucking ad. Do you know how stupid that is? I'm sorry. This has existed since the days of black and white TVs. You know when you're watching like a sports match or sports ball or whatever the fuck? Why can't Twitch implement a system where a little fucking banner pops up here? Oh, look, there's an ad. And it like minimizes the screen of the streamer for like 5 seconds. And then it goes fucking back to normal. How basic is that shit? These retards can't even figure that out. Right? Do you know why? They're too busy eating each other's assholes in the back room, talking about how great they are for hating Jews. If they shut the fuck up about their political opinions for 10 seconds, they could make Twitch amazing. And that is what every single streamer wants. That's why I don't see it as hypocritical to shit all over Twitch but still be on it. Because I want Twitch to be good. I do. I legitimately want it to be good. Everyone knows that YouTube is sitting out there and you say a bad word and they'll demonetize you. But as long as you groom a child without saying any bad words, that's a-okay by them. Right? But Twitch could do a better job at streaming. Twitch could fucking destroy every other streaming platform. Twitch has banner ads, do they? Do they actually have banner ads now? Because a while ago they didn't have those. They just had the fucking pop-up ones. They could do so much. They could improve the chat functionality. They could give you better interactions. They could build out a fucking co-streaming thing that actually works. Instead, all we see is fucking Dan Clancy coming on his fucking screen, swiping past 100 OnlyFans models. Sending them messages like, you're younger than my daughter could be. That's kind of hot. To make the world good again, we need to destroy HR departments. Yes, we do. We actually could. We could do it. We could live in a utopia, but we make it a living hell. Stream display ads. What a stream... Okay. I'll read that later. But if banner ads are an actual thing, as opposed to full screen pop-up ads, also they need to fix their fucking back end, right? Because if you're watching a guy who plays video games, you don't need a fucking ad about makeup, right? Oh, actually, what am I saying? Yeah, no, that's true. You don't need an ad about fucking makeup, because if you wanted to be a femboy, you would be watching the programming streams, not the gaming streams. Ah, fuck, I'm so mad at Twitch's implementations of shit. Like, some guy will be streaming Minecraft, and they're trying to sell a fucking Toyota Camry in an ad to a fucking 11-year-old. Who's just sitting there going, that's the car that my friend's divorced mom drives. Right? Like, he cares beyond that. He wants to see I Show Speed's cock again. That's all he wants. He doesn't want to see a car. Their ad system is so dog shit.
That's how we do it. Anyway, stop killing games. Ross is probably watching the stream and regretting coming on now. So, the point is, this trend isn't isolated. It reflects a broader shift across most industries in Western economies. It absolutely is. We are moving away from owned things toward access things. Yes. We're moving toward game.
Everything is going to be a subscription model in the future. I've seen these plans in businesses. I'm saying this as a project manager. I've seen washing machine companies do this thing where you cannot buy. They want to move towards a system where you cannot buy a physical washing machine. You can only rent it out for a given period of time. And if you fuck up the washing machine, then you pay the full price on top of what you already rented, right? And if your renting period ends, you can either extend it or you can give it back and get a new one. BMW had heated seats as a subscription. Yes. Washing machine companies want to do this. I've seen that from their internals, right? They want to make everything into a subscription model. Literally everything. You're leasing a washing machine. I swear to God, there are going to be rented Nike shoes in the future.
As a service, which I very much dislike. Remember, people were like, oh, in the old days...
You know the best part, though, about car companies doing that is? All it takes is one trip to Chinatown, and that guy will jailbreak your car for you. You can pay $5 million over the expense of your life, or you can pay $50 once off. to Ming Bao in the back room who were like, no, I fixed. No, don't worry, white boy. You quite low. You can't see magic of engine like I can as I squint into car. Oh, I see it. Oh, yes. And then he just connects a wire. You pay him $50 and you get those heated seats for free.
Things were built to last. Yes, they were, because they were built by craftsmen. Now,
you know what also got backlash, Faith? Horse armor in Oblivion. Yes, it's coming, one way or another. You want to know what also got backlash back in the day? Was the Amazon website, right? The Amazon website used to be yellow, and they changed it to white one day. And do you know what happened? Everyone lost their fucking mind, so they changed it back to yellow. And then over the space of like 4 years, every single day, they changed the yellow one shade lighter until eventually it was white. And no one bitched. Not a single person bitched.
Now, businessmen looked at that model and went, so if someone buys this, they'll never need to buy another. And the craftsman, proud of what they'd made, said, that is absolutely correct. And the businessman went, well, what if we want to sell them another? And the craftsman went, well, why would they need another? They've bought the best they can possibly get. It will survive. The businessman went, hang on, I've got an idea.
He's talking about the Toyota Tacoma there.
How about instead of making the best that you can possibly make, how about you make something that's just about good enough that people won't complain about, then it will break, then we can sell them another. We can plan.
It's even better than that. Planned obsolescence isn't even the thing. It's intentional destruction, right? So planned obsolescence was the last generation of shit, where over time something would break. Now they send an update to the thing they want to break just after warranty falls off, so you get fucked. It's intentional destruction, not planned obsolescence.
For the thing to become obsolete. We could even call it...
Do you know why? Do you know why intentional destruction is more valuable than planned obsolescence? Because sometimes when you use planned obsolescence, someone gets lucky, and the thing that was planned to be obsolete survives. Or the guy is bright enough that he goes into the fucking phone and fixes it or alters something or changes something. And this happens with video games, this happens with phones, this happens with anything physical, right? But if they can send an update to that thing to intentionally fuck it up, to like short out the CPU, to overvolt something in the PC or in the fucking phone, then they can predict exactly when it's going to get fucked so they can force you into another purchase.
Planned obsolescence. And the craftsmen all went, that's a horrible idea. You are hurting the end consumer at the...
And they went, shut the fuck up, bitch. Make me the phone.
Cost of profits. You are designing something to have a specific lifetime that will then break after a given amount of time. Normally, conveniently, just after the warranty has ended. And then they will have to come to you and buy something else. And the businessmen all nodded, and then they went to buy another yacht made of cocaine. That's what they did. Did they release the Crew 2? Can't remember. You want to talk about planned obsolescence? You know what? I'll give a shout out to my boy Logitech, seeing as I bought this keyboard.
See, he's like 10 steps behind. He's 10 steps behind. He's talking about fucking planned obsolescence. I'm talking about intentional destruction. I know how this works. Do you know how I know how this works? Because I've seen the inside of engineering manufacturing plants. Do you know why engineers put an expiry date on something after a certain amount of cycles that something goes through? Because they don't want you to fucking die. And then some prick in management is like, how do we make it break sooner so they have to buy more? If you don't tell me, I'm gonna sue you for, you know what happens? They're like, I'm gonna sue you for fucking over the shareholders. I'm going to ruin your life. You're never going to work again. So how do we make this good thing shittier so that it breaks sooner so they have to buy more so we create more waste over time? I know this. I've seen this happen to engineers. I've watched people design exceptional systems. I've watched fucking engineers design something for infinite life and then get fired for it because infinite life isn't profitable.
15 years ago, and it's still going. In fact, when I was talking to the Overclockers guys about the new PC, they were like, so Josh, we're going to give you this new PC. What kind of keyboard do you want? I'm like,
Also, by the way, there's another system of intentional destruction. There's something in manufacturing called rate of infant mortality. Right now, this is not aborted babies in the US or whatever. This is the terminology for there's certain equipment that if you buy and you take it out the store door, there's a policy that they will not do returns on it and they will not give it back to you. Right now, mostly CPA covers this, but some products get away with this. And there's a certain rate of infant mortality where they make sure that, like, okay, 5% of these things will break, which forces that person to then have to rebuy the same fucking thing, right? And so they know the second this guy takes it home, it's now out the store, it's voided of warranty, they can't get it back into the store because it's like an object they don't give a fuck about enough that they'll just buy another one instead of just taking it to be repaired or giving it in as a return, right? And they'll plug it in or whatever the fuck, and it'll instantly break. And they'll go, fuck, I gotta buy another one now. That's done on purpose.
No. No. I don't want any of your newfangled rubbish. I'm going to buy this Logitech keyboard for £10 from Argos, and it is going to last me the rest of my life. That was craftsmanship right there. Not even sponsored, but my God, I would be. You have a Dell monitor you bought in 2008, still rocks. Oh, hell yeah. See, this is the attitude. I like it when you spend money to get something, you understand that you have it for a long time. That's what it's going to be. We've got the same keyboard. Keyboards are cracking. That's great. You buy it to last. That's what we need more things like. So the Stop Killing Games initiative is basically about when companies say, all right, I'm done with this. We don't want them to take their... It's the company equivalent of giving a football out to a load of football teams or clubs or kids having a kick around in the park, and the company's saying, you know what, you've paid for the football, you enjoy it, you have a good time. And then when the kids are having a kick around, the company walk up and go, hey lads, sorry, we've stopped selling footballs now and we can't make any more money off the ball that we've given you, so we're taking this back.
Yep.
And the kids go, well, can't you just leave it so only we can use it? Can't you just leave it so we can have some good memories having a kick around in the park with our mates? And the companies go, no. And then they kick the kids.
They kick the kids, and then they go fuck his mom afterwards.
Fun of it. That's not even related to profit. That's just what they do. So, yeah. Sorry, kids, you must rent the football. Oh, my God, you must rent this. You will own nothing and you...
Because it's a service. It's not a product. It's a service.
The same shit is with developers. They don't want to make shitty systems, add microtransactions, and throw DEI into the game. Yes. But if they don't do it, they can say goodbye to their job.
Exactly,
and the stench in the industry follows them.
Yes, of course. Happens all the time. Because it's done on purpose, right? It's the same as, you'll see this... for people who've worked for large companies who do this thing where they design an exceptionally elegant website that links to the back end, and it is as easy to sign up for the website as it is to unsubscribe from whatever they're offering you, right? And they get fired because they're like, how do we make... We need to hire someone who's going to make the unsubscribe mechanism as excruciating as possible. They need to send us a handwritten letter from a post office in fucking Timbuktu before we're going to let them out of the subscription service. And it's just like Audible used to do this. I can't remember all the other companies that had this. But they made it like you were jumping through so many fucking hoops that eventually you were just like, you know what, fuck you, have the $2, I'm not going to unsubscribe. Right? You get fired for doing a good job these days. You ever heard the phrase, no good deed goes unpunished? Yeah, that's what that applies to.
Will be happy. Guys, buy physical media.
Yes.
Have a DVD player. Have DVDs.
God, I wish I was bright enough to continue to care about this when I was a kid. God, I'd have such a good collection of shit right now.
Have CDs. Hell, have floppy disks. Have VHS. Buy books that you want to read again and again and again.
The mixtape people were right.
There is a value to physical media that you have access to at any time. And if you've got CDs and you want to dump the data from them onto archive.org so other people could play them, absolutely do that. I watched a YouTube video a few days ago of a guy that went back and played a load of random free old game CDs that he himself had dumped to archive.org many years ago. Remember, copy that floppy. Always do that. Is anyone in the chat, of course you are, you're all watching me, is anyone in the chat old enough to remember floppy disks?
Yes.
If you are not old enough to remember floppy disks, do you want to know the most amazing copyright protection that we had invented? All right, this is going to blow your mind. You want to know how floppy disks dealt?
I know what he's going to say.
With copyright protection to make sure that you could never copy the data on a disk. All right? On the back of it, there was a little switch.
Yeah.
And if you pushed it kind of in,
yeah,
you could then copy the data.
Yeah. There was a physical lock. Fucking incredible.
I think companies were just kind of hoping no one would figure that out. That's what it was. That's what it was. They produced them and they go, these floppies are uncopyable. Unless somebody pushes the little switch. And then somebody else went, can't we just remove the switch or use a hole punch or cut a tiny notch in it that would do the same thing? And they went, you shut your goddamn mouth.
Yep.
You don't give people ideas like that. Stop it. Stop it right now. And then they
remember being able to pencil mod a GPU. Unfortunately, I was retarded back then. I didn't know enough about GPUs. You got to remember, right? I was such a dumbass as a kid. And my system was so shitty that when I tried to play Fallout New Vegas, my GPU would overheat and crash my PC every 10 minutes. So my solution to this, right, was I took a bunch of ice packs, right, that I threw in my freezer. And every 10 minutes, I would rotate out a new ice pack and drop it on the top of the GPU and just leave it there so that I could continue to play Fallout New Vegas because it was the newest, hottest game, but I had the most dog shit system in the world. But you could literally draw a trace with a graphite and unlock those cores. I know that now, but back then I didn't.
Send the police after them. That's what would happen. Some people were probably fully, stopped by that little switch. But some of us who had escaped the Matrix, were able to push that little switch.
I found that out on a floppy disk that had a bunch of pictures of leopards on it, because we got a floppy disk from one of those we went on a game drive in my country, which is essentially a safari, but we don't call it something that gay. We call it a game drive because you're going to see wild game, right? And we got a bunch of pictures of leopards and shit on a floppy disk, and I was a kid, and I remember I had the floppy disk in my hand, and I wanted to copy the pictures onto my PC, and I couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on, and I looked at the floppy disk, and I found that notch, and it was all over since then. God, oh man, that was my first floppy. Changed my life.
Some people in the chat will remember CDRs and CDRW. CD readable, CD rewritable. Because they used to sell CDs that you could not overwrite data onto.
Yep.
And then thumb drives came out, and we all thought they were pretty nifty. And we went on to them. Why does this happen? Why, whenever I am left alone to my own devices, do I always end up talking about mid-90s, early 2000s tech? Why does that happen? Although, to be fair, I
remember when I went off a cliff. It was the first time I installed alcohol. And, what was it? It had Demon in the name. I couldn't remember what the other software was. And I started emulating discs and shit. That's when I went off a cliff. And I was trying so fucking hard to try and get GTA on my PC, which I'd pirated, and the hot coffee mod. Demon Tools, that's it, Demon Tools. Demon Souls was great. And I used alcohol as well. Fuck, it was so good. And I was doing the most fucked up shit, and it was so retarded, and it was so unsafe, right? Half of the LimeWire links, which I used all the time, were just porn or like pictures of people's assholes. Like, you're like, oh, Linkin Park song. Click it. What? What? He put the whole jar up there? It was a wild time because people would just lie about what the fucking thing they put on LimeWire was. Oh, it was beautiful. Half the time you'd get what you want, and half the time you'd get a horrific surprise.
Buy a PC monitor made of slightly see-through pink plastic? I would. Humanity peaked when we designed slightly see-through plastic stuff.
Yes.
That is why I still use a slightly see-through plastic.
Oh, fuck you. That looks so good. I had the purple Game Boy. I had the purple Game Boy that you could see through. I still remember it. Oh, fuck. God.
Xbox 360 controller when I'm playing any games. This was the peak of humanity right here. Good times. We didn't know how good we had it. Because you're old, that's true. That is very true. We did not know how good we had it when we all had slightly see-through plastic technology. And if you weren't there for the slightly see-through plastic technology age, you can't understand. You'll never know. You don't know what it was like back then. It was incredible. The wild west of computer making. Y2K could have been the end of the world. People are like, oh, 2012 was bad. You know nothing. Y2K, we thought everything was going to crash down immediately. To be fair, some people, when they went, oh, Y2K came and nothing happened. Yeah, that was partly because everyone spent ages preparing for it happening. To be fair, we did. 2012 was... There is a theory that the world did end in 2012 and everything from then has just been a simulation. Because it does very much feel...
The theory I've heard isn't the 2012 theory, because that's the Mayan calendar one. The one I heard was that when CERN activated the Hadron Collider, like the particle collider for the first time, it caused a black hole that none of us are aware of, and it just fucked the timeline up, and now everything is basically... does anyone understand Elder Scrolls lore, right? Do they understand what a dragon break is? Right, now I'm getting into some like deep Elder Scrolls lore that you probably, like, people aren't aware of, right? Elder Scrolls lore with a dragon break was when literally the dragon god fucked up and couldn't control time anymore, right? He stumbled, right? Akatosh fucked up. And what happens is empires could exist for a millennia and not at all. And all these quantum effects started happening all at the same time, right? So like a good example is in Morrowind, there's the dwarven construct that if you get control of it, like you can dominate everyone. And at the same time, all these converging timelines had all these different factions in control of the same thing and dominating and becoming these overpowering fucking things. And they all existed in parallel together. Numidium, that's it. And they all existed together at the same time, right? But also not at all because of the dragon break that occurred. Right? Now, that exactly is what fucking the CERN Hadron Collider is. That's the whole theory of that, is we fucked up when we hit that thing, we nailed through a black hole.
It's a mechanism that helps explain story flaws. And when Bethesda didn't think their lore through between games.
Yes, it was amazing. It's such a cop-out, but it's such an original cop-out. Because they weren't using this the way they were using, like people were using... time travel. Oh, I went back and I raped Hitler's mom and I accidentally made Hitler. And stuff like that, right? Where it was just like, oh, we can just fix the timeline by just hitting the rewind button and using the cop-out, right? It was more like the world's so fucked in this moment that we can't figure out what the hell happened, which is a brilliant way to retcon shit. Because you can just say, Dragon Break happened. Right? Now, you can't use it too much, but you can use it enough that it becomes part of the lore. And they used it in an interesting way. They weren't just like, oh, well, we just reversed the time and then everything was fine. And there was the fucking Avengers shit that everyone like was coming over. And I'm like, I've seen this time travel garbage too much. I remember when my family had a PC that everyone used and downloaded GTA San Andreas and a mod that left a prostitute in the kitchen and you could fuck her. One day my younger brother tried to play and my mom saw my brother looking at that naked woman. I've got a better one for you, Keith. I've got a better one for you. My mom bought me God of War. And I think it was God of War 2. And this was at a birthday party. And I wanted to play my new game. And not even the PreShow scene. Not even the PreShow scene. There is a cutscene in the very beginning of the game where one of the prophets had the biggest, fattest tits any of us had ever seen. And I hit that shit into that disc. And for 10 glorious minutes in a cutscene, we were all fucking stun-locked watching this bitch's tits flop about under this thin white veil. And all of us, all the boys became men in that moment. We were just like, what the fuck? And when it wasn't my mom, it was I can't remember whose mom it was, walked into the room and observed the orbs. They fucking dived for that plug. It wasn't even the PreShow scene that was like off screen where you fuck Aphrodite. It was the one where it's literally there's a prophet who's like a young chick and her tits are flopping about in a cutscene. And we were all just like, I want pepperoni on my pizza. It was so good. Man, we fucked up everyone all in one birthday party. It was great. That explains all the guildmasters being the player character or not. But those storylines happen still. Yeah, they do. Will we ever get to the latest episode of Marjorie and Casimir's show? We will, but it might be happening tomorrow because I'm looking at the time, and I'm going to be honest with you, I've been awake for 3 days.
Feel like some kind of... I
didn't want to reveal that, but I'm
very ADHD child playing The Sims, quick saving, quick loading, and just occasionally throwing disasters at the world they have built.
I remember all the puzzles where you'd have a book next to you and you'd have drawn out all the puzzles so you could memorize them.
And looking around, you can kind of go, I can see what he's on about. I can understand. Because if there is a child playing some kind of digital management game with Earth, some days they log in with the attitude of, I'm going to build the best city I can possibly build. I'm going to make sure this is fantastic. I'm going to city plan this. This is going to be city skylines levels of planning. Other days, they log in and use Sims cheats to just remove all of the digital
Rosebud
ladders from everywhere. Other days they log in and they're playing Command and Conquer. That's the kind of thing. That's what's happening. 2012 was when the server went down and the mods left. Yeah, the mods left to a different version. There was an update. Maybe we're just like an older backup version of the file, just slowly running out.
That does make sense. I wouldn't be surprised at this point if our entire universe is being run on a fucking Raspberry Pi in some dude's basement, and he died like 4 weeks ago. And the only difference between us being alive and being gone forever is the fact that his mom can't figure out where the smell is coming from just yet.
Some days you want to pour lava on the villagers. I'll tell you what I've learned about myself through playing city management and Command and Conquer style games, Age of Empires and stuff like that. I am 100% in support of democracy until I'm in charge. Then it's a dictatorship.
Hold on. Muck, tomorrow is Muck's 7-year streaming celebration. Will you be there? I mean, fuck, I'm glad you told me that, but I'm doing the OTK event tomorrow, and I think I'm going to start streaming early so that I can get some Guild Wars 2 in, because I wanted to do that tonight, but honestly, I've been dealing with legal shit because of some stuff that's happened in my country, and like some stuff that's happened to me personally. And since Wednesday, I think I've gotten a sum total of about 4.5 hours of sleep. and it's starting to hit me right now. I am hallucinating a little bit. If I stare at my screen, Josh Strife Hayes is not holding still right now.
I love that. That's how it plays. I sit down and I'm to play my Age of Empires, my Command and Conquer, any of my stuff, and I think, I'm going to listen to all my little people. And then someone from the game goes, "Sire, we're running out of wood." And I'm like, back to the mines with you. Get back there. You do what I say. This will work, I promise.
Is this just
then it doesn't.
rambling?
I just quick save and quick load of different things. Just name your country democratic something and it's fine. That's how you do it. That's how you get around the rules. No wood for you anymore. Find more resources, peasant. Yeah. I would hate to be a regular guy in a country ran by me. That's what I'm getting at here. That's what I understand.
Hey, that sounds like South Africa.
If it was a country ran by me, I would always be constructing additional pylons all the time.
God, you know what? Maybe he's better than our rulers, because at least we'd have some fucking energy then. We'd have a working system. Maybe not a working system, but at least electricity.
Now let's just link this back to Ross Scott in a way that I'm going to be able to do. There's an old saying, anyone who desires power should be in no way be allowed to have it.
Yes.
We have often found that people who spend their lives trying to put themselves in positions of power over other people are the worst people to be in positions of power. We don't want...
There's one person worse than that. It's the people too fucking stupid to reach for the top. So what they do is they hit the middle management layer and they make everyone else's life below them a living fucking hell. There are so many of those sacks of shit. They don't need a lot of power. They just need a little bit of power over everyone else below them. What you'll find, you'll see this. Like, you can go ask, if any of you know someone who's a school teacher, right? Who's an actual good school teacher, you should ask them this question. You should ask them, hey, which one of the teachers that you know is there not because they want to help educate kids, but because they're desperately trying to lord some level of fucking power over everyone around them, and there's real sacks of shit. And you know what? If you've got one of the good teachers, they'll say, "Oh, I know exactly who that is. Oh, that's this person." Right? They fucking love doing that. They're a teacher for all the wrong reasons. The person you want to watch out for is the person who says to you, "No, I don't know anyone like that." Because that's them. That's them. You found the fucking demon, right? It's the same as any, like, you'll see this in companies. There's a middle management layer where the guy at the top actually has some empathy for the people below him. Then the people in the middle lie to the people at the top about what's going on, and they take a fat shit on everyone below them. And they're too fucking stupid to be any better, to go any higher in their job field. But what they do is they've got a little bit of power and they ruin people's lives over it. The other place you see this a lot is in child protective services. They are actually legitimately good, systematically important people who are doing their best for kids. And at the same time, there are a bunch of psychotic pieces of shit who understand that having the power to take someone else's child away makes them feel so goddamn good on the inside that they'll do everything else to terrify people around them. You'll find these people are homeowners association people. These people are middle management in any company at all, any large corporation, police officers as well. So what'll happen with police officers is there's always some subsect of police officers that are not police officers because they want to serve and protect. They're there because they love lording power over people. And they're too fucking stupid to reach any higher. But they can sit in that middle layer making everyone else's life a living hell because they got a little bit of power. That felt personal. It is personal. It is fucking personal. I've dealt with too many of these people. Did you have bad experiences with CPS? No, not personally, but understand, when I was a kid, I used to train judo, right? all the time. And one of the things my judo club did is the kids whose parents could pay for like a monthly kind of thing would subsidize a certain amount of kids coming from like orphanages and shit like that, right? And so I got to make friends with and be around a lot of kids who were in like a way fucking worse situation than I ever was, right? I was fucking, like, you realize how lucky you are, right? When you get to see, and this is like an actual thing that happened, you get to see a kid get taken away from his dad, right? And his dad did everything in the world to protect it. They rehoused that kid. CPS rehoused that kid with his uncle. His uncle then fucking touched him, right? Think about that. And do you know what? Do you know what the reason they had for taking him away from his dad was? You don't make enough money to support and feed your kid and send them to a private school. You are mentally unstable, right? And do you know what it turned out? The Child Protective Services person had mixed up the reports. And there's about a 50-50 chance they did it on purpose, because the father said to the Child Protective Services agent, you can go fuck yourself if you think you're ever going to get my child away from me, right? So there's a 50-50 chance they did it on purpose. That guy's kid got touched. The whole foster home system is so fucked because there's a bunch of evil pieces of shit who are not out there to actually protect kids and keep them away from abusive parents and shit. They're there to like rehouse them in the most horrific way possible because it makes them feel good on the inside knowing that they can lord that kind of power over people. My childhood was so fucked I had to lie to CPS multiple times so they didn't take me away. This is the thing, is I got to hear the stories from my wife because my wife went through CPS stuff as well. My wife had parents who loved her, but her parents at the time, like her dad lost his job. And so CPS wanted to be like, we want to take you away from your father who loves you very much. And we want to rehouse you in this incredibly dangerous part of the country with a bunch of fucking people with the highest crime rate. Oh, and by the way, this is also where the most sexual assaults happen. We want to take your little girl and put them there. Sounds good, right? So, yeah. So, yeah, I do have personal, accountability. I watched, I had a friend in judo. And I loved this guy. He was my best friend for quite a while. He had such a fucked life. Right? He had such a goddamn disgustingly fucked life. His mom was a prostitute, right? Who willingly gave up her child. Right? He got lucky in the orphanage system where a priest in a church decided to raise him, right? So he got picked up by this priest who raised him and was basically his dad, right? CPS shows up when he's like 16 and says to this priest who has loved him, who's fed him, who's clothed him, taught him to be a man, right? Never pushed religion on him despite him literally growing up inside a church. Let him make his own choices. And CPS shows up and says, yo, we gotta go give this kid back to the prostitute. He was with his mom for exactly 5 weeks before she tried to sell him. I mean, actually sell him. And I'm leaving out details because the other fucked up shit that happened to him before he went into like the adoption system is like beyond horrific. And it gets so specific that I'm scared people can actually track him down. And even though he's dead now, he didn't commit suicide, by the way. Something else happened.
But even though, like, I don't want people tracking him down, right? I'd still have to think about it, but racially motivated shit happened to him.
That. Ross, I was speaking to him briefly yesterday to test the stream. Ross in no way wants to be the champion for Stop Killing Games. Like I said,
that's the problem. That's the problem, is he doesn't want to be the champion, and he needs to be. He needs to not hand the shit over to a legalese system. He needs to be the one to push it through. Because these fucking retards in the system don't understand what's going on.
I said to him, did you intend to lead this charge? And he went, I still don't want to. And the fact that he doesn't want to is, ironically, exactly the reason he should be at the front line doing this. That's what it is. When we say, hey Ross, do you want all this power? Nope. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. That's what we need. Will his conversation with Ross be on the Josh Drive Stage channel? Probably.
Well, yeah, it's there. All right. I'm going to tell you what. Tomorrow, I am going to start streaming early so that I can hopefully play an hour or two of Guild Wars 2 because I actually missed the game. The problem is because of all the legalese bullshit I've been dealing with this week, because certain racially motivated things happened to me and to my family, I haven't slept much. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm stressed as fuck. I'm so stressed out about it.
Thank you, Fower the Stream, Baldy Daddy. I'm dwipping Eve, we joke, a shivo Eve, we walla wimp you, we'd chat once and I melted. I'm a soggy, squirmy pudwy of reality now. You don't just stream, you own me. See you next time, King. Ooh, nya.
I'm going to find out where you live. And when I do, I want you to know I'm going to wait until you leave your house. And I'm going to find every piece of furniture you have. And I'm going to move it 5 centimeters to the left.
In the USA, Child Protective Services is also a joke. I forget where this happened. But some guy divorced his crazy bitch wife. And after a long, hard legal battle, he got full custody of his son. Later, in another court hearing, the mother got 50 custody again, and later she got full custody. This happened despite him providing receipts that the bitch is mentally unstable. 3 days after she gets custody, she blows the kid's brains out with a shotgun. And the only thing the courts and CPS said was, oops.
Yep. Yeah, I know that system. So this is something I did that got me in trouble in school, right? So I'll give you some stories of what got me in trouble in school. So I went to an all-boys school, right? And as you can imagine, most of the teachers are women, and women are retarded sometimes. Each year had a theme. Do you know what my final year theme in school was? In an all-boys school. It was feminism. And I don't mean the we're fighting for the right to vote feminism. I'm talking the where someone called me fat. Someone called me a fat bitch, even though I am a fat bitch kind of feminism, right? And in my final year, they made us do a thing about sexism, right? And how horrific all the bad shit is and how sexism was terrible. But I noticed a loophole that got me in a lot of trouble. And the loophole was, they said we have to talk about sexism. And so this is what I did. When everyone else started finding like ads on like, oh, an insurance company made an ad saying, oh, we only insure men because women can't drive or whatever the fuck, right? Like they were literally making jokes in ads and then people were writing shitty speeches about that. I found the story of a guy, I think his name was Trevor, black guy in America, who was fighting for custody over his kids, right? And he had done everything right. Every fucking thing to the T right. And the woman he'd had a kid with
turned into like a crack whore and was like beating the kids and like burning like cigarettes into the kids' arms and shit. And this guy was desperate. This guy was fucking desperate. And somewhere out there, there's a video of this guy in like fucking 10p, really, really shitty footage of him talking to, like, being interviewed by this white guy and talk about the horrific shit he went through trying to get his kids back. And do you know how the interview ends? It ends with a voiceover and a black screen saying we cut the interview there because we wanted to bring him back for a second interview. But after he found out that this woman had strangled his son to death with her bare hands, he couldn't live with himself anymore and killed himself. So yeah. Now I'm giving you all the fucked up stories of shit. I'm definitely tired. I'm going on fucking rambling rants. God. It was so fucking stupid that they gave us that as a final year subject. And so I sat there giving that speech in class, and I got sent to the principal's office for saying, you know, sexism doesn't really work the way you think it does. Boo-hoo, someone called you a fat bitch because you are. Get used to it. That's called free speech. And then the fat bitch teacher got mad at me for that. For saying that actually, you know, it goes both ways. There's bad shit that happens to women, and there's bad shit that happens to men. And to try and make men and women equivalent is such a mistake. Such a joke. God, I got shit on so hard for that. By the way, this was the same, this is a teacher in my school at the time who well and truly believed that the only reason women don't have the same physical capabilities as men is because they've been oppressed. And all I have to say to that before I fuck off to bed is this. Where is it? Let me find it. Let me find it. We'll end off here. God damn it. Don't tell me YouTube removed this shit. It was hilarious. God damn it, they removed it, didn't they? Of course they did. It's really old footage that I was looking for. Of this one Russian guy who gets in a ring with like 7 different feminists and fucks all of them up. And they're all like crying on the floor afterwards. And he's like dancing around. Just styling on them. Not gonna lie, teachers are entitled as fuck sometimes, but damn, I'd bang my math teacher back into elementary. She was you got lucky, dude. Son, bro, you got lucky. All my teachers looked like, they looked like fucking wet cardboard. The hottest teacher we had was the science teacher, and she was like 65. And it turned out she had to leave the school because someone in high school did fuck her. Right? And she was like married and shit. Her son was older than the kid who fucked her. And they kept it quiet and stuff. Damn, it was bad. You got so lucky. All our teachers looked like shit. Like, we did have one hot teacher, and she was already being fucked by the other hot geography teacher. right? So we had like two young teachers. One was an English teacher, and she was like this little blonde thing. And then we had like an objectively attractive geography teacher who was based as fuck and really cool. And he taught us how different forms of lava forms, and his analogy he used was squeezing tits together, and how one will fold over the other, and sometimes they'll fold symmetrically. And like that was his whole thing. And he was fucking the shit out of her. And everyone found out because they were both teachers that had to take care of the boarding school students. And one day, apparently, like a group of students walked in on them railing each other in the laundry room. Damn, it was beautiful. Man, school was wild, the more I think about it. That shit never happens now. Now it's just like 45-year-old teacher fucks a 13-year-old. I still remember we all walked into geography class after the rumors spread around, and we wouldn't let him start the class until he high-fived all of us. I'm gonna go pass out now. I'm reminiscing. I'm starting to see blurry. I'm finally exhausted enough after dealing with legalese for a week. I'm glad you had a hot teacher, son, bro. I wish I did. Our teachers were fucking hideous. They all look like a frog's asshole turned inside out. Now, good night. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll try start early so before the OTK games thing, we do some Guild Wars 2, because I really want to play it again. Goodbye.